pillar of law development and governance as the Sustainable Development Goal number 16. So this event is conducted by School of Law Science, Universitas Internasional Batam, Indonesia. The presenters will be 7 presenters from Colombia, Japan, Philippines, Nigeria, India, Ukraine, Cameroon, and Indonesia. I'm Agustina, will be the host for this international webinar. The opening remarks will be delivered by Dr. Rina Shahrullah as the head of master program in law, Universitas Internasional Batam. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Agustina. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, by 2030 will be impossible without peace, stability, human rights, and effective governance based on the rule of law. However, not all parts of the world enjoy peace, security, and prosperity. Many states remain to suffer from armed conflicts and violence. The armed conflicts, either international or non-international, have caused a destructive impact on the state's development. Thus, it affects economic growth. Violence such as sexual violence and crimes are prevalent when conflicts occur. Persecution and injustice are still rampant. Therefore, it becomes imperative for all states to take preventive and protective measures for those who are vulnerable or at risk. The SDGs, particularly Goal 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions, aim to significantly reduce all forms of violence and work with governments and communities to end conflict and insecurity. Peace, justice, and strong institutions based on the rule of law are important conduits to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Hence, the target of the Goal 16s are, I would like to read it one by one. The first is significantly reduce all forms of violence and related death rates everywhere. The second is to end abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and all forms of violence against the torture of children. The third is to promote the rule of law at national and international levels to ensure equal access to justice for all. The fourth is, by 2030, significantly reduce illicit financial and armed flows, strengthen the recovery and return of stolen assets, and combat all forms of organized crime. The fifth is substantially reduce corruption and bribery in all their forms. The sixth is to develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all levels. The seventh is to ensure responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making at all levels. The eighth is to broaden and strengthen the participation of developing countries in the institution of global governments. The ninth is, by 2030, to provide legal identity for all, including birth registration. The 10th is to ensure public access to information and protect fundamental freedoms in accordance with national legislation and international agreements. The 11th is to strengthen relevant national institutions, including through international cooperation for building capacity at all levels, in particular in developing countries, to prevent violence and combat terrorism and crimes. The last, or the 12th, is to promote and enforce non-discriminatory laws and policies for sustainable development. Last month, we discussed on the SDGs goal number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The webinar today focuses in particular Goal 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions. It's a great opportunity for all of us to learn from the respected speakers from India, the Philippines, Japan, Cameroon, Nigeria, Colombia, Ukraine, and Indonesia. They are here with us by this advanced technology to share and discuss the implementation of Goal 16 in their respective countries. I'm very sure that we will gain knowledge and new perspective from their presentation. I would like to thank everyone who are now joining the webinar today. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much. I'd like to give this mic back to you, Ibu.
Thank you, Dr. Rina, for sharing the opening remarks. So now we are in the first topic of peace, justice, and strong institution. The presenter is Ms. Juliana Marin from Colombia. Time is yours.
Thank you all for the invitation. Kind greetings from Colombia. It's actually more than 9 p.m. right now. So thanks again for being here. Okay, so we are looking at our peace, justice, and strong institutions today. So I'm not going to stop in the next slide, which was the targets, because I don't think it's necessary. We already went through all of them. But I would like to go to the next slide, please. Okay, yes. So why they matter, what's the goal here, and why? So this is one of those goals that has a very, very important connection with the other goals, right? It's very particularly this one in the sense that every person in every part of the world need to be free from all forms of violence. We all need inclusive and effective institutions that can ensure quality education, fair economic policies, health care, and safety for all citizens. The next, please. So here we have the targets, but again, I'm not going to stop there since we already know them. Our Dr. Rina already shared them, so it's not necessary. So we can go through the next one, please. Okay, so here I wanted to share with you some facts. This is talking in general in the world. So it says that corruption, bribery, theft, and tax evasion cost a massive amount of money that can actually be invested in improving the living conditions for all population in developed countries. Also, children who are in the primary school age and that actually are out of school life, they live in conflict affected areas, which lead us to think that we are not talking here about equality and an easy way to achieve justice, if this is the perspective that we are getting. And again here, children, which should be that population that needs to be more protected, experience all kinds of violence every year. So here we're talking about bullying, cyberbullying, sexual abuse, physical abuse, and we are just talking about children here. We're not mentioning women or people in general. In last, among the institutions with more corruption around the world are sadly the judiciary and the police. So as a result, the prisoners held in detention are at this moment without sentencing. It means that the process is not an adequate process and is not actually what we were hoping in terms of justice here. The next one, please. Okay, so what needs to be done to address this? So we can say that the answers can be almost evident, right? We are talking about the need of improving our system. We are here talking about freedom and strong institutions, because we say that our institutions need to be transparent in order to deliver all services to the communities equitably, right? But the question here is, what can we do? So in general terms, we can say that we cannot talk about peace if we are not in peace with ourselves, if we are not in peace with our family members, our significant others, our neighbors. And we cannot talk about justice if we are not being aware of the law, or if my actions, I want my actions to be measured in a more flexible way. So that happens a lot in our culture, in our countries. We tend to believe that the law should be strong, but again, we think that sometimes if I made a mistake, that should be more flexible to me because it happens to me. So we need to start with us. I think we need to reflect on this as because we usually tend to blame our governments and our world situation and everything outside us, but we don't look inside us and our surroundings. If we want freedom, for example, we need here to talk about respecting others' opinions, respecting the way they think, their beliefs, their religions, their gender orientation, and because it is a shame that people still get judged by the way they think, by the way they love. The next one, please. Okay, Colombia. So we are looking from this goal to three specific aspects here. One of them is homicide rate in Colombia. It needs to be taken to the lowest level in the last 27 years. Okay, and then we go to peace with legality. It says that the most affected areas by the conflict, they need to be taken care of. They need their basic needs to be covered. So we need to start with this population, with these people that sadly lived in the harsh territories in our country. And then we have illicit crops. It is not a secret that for Colombia, one of the most complex war is again illicit drugs. So this means that these need to be eradicated in order to fight with organized crime. The next one, please. Okay, so how are we Colombians and Colombia in general facing goal 16? So Colombia signed a peace deal in 2016 after a long peace process held mainly by our former president, and who actually won a Nobel Prize, Nobel Peace Prize. Juan Manuel Santos, when we signed this deal, it was like a light in the darkness for Colombia. We were actually looking at better years to come. We have been suffering a war for more than 50 years, and that was the hugest step for us. It meant a lot. So here we're talking about some aspects, and of course we still have a long way to achieve, but we have achieved a lot so far, so we think we cannot go back. So we still need to work more in the economics. For example, we're talking here about employability and fair trade. Regarding the environment, we are working really hard on being aware of how lucky we are regarding our ecosystems and how lucky we are in terms of our natural resources. but we need to work more in preserving those ecosystems and having a responsible consumption. That sometimes it gets difficult when we think about economic growing, but again, we are somehow impacting our environment too. And that is happening a lot in our country. We are looking for better ways to have incomes and improving in economics, but then our environment is actually very affected. In the social development, we are talking here that we have been living in an armed conflict context. So we are working on that respect for our culture and our territory. In terms of human development, of course, it is necessary to work more in the understanding, tolerance, and respect as main principles. Again, as I mentioned before, we have a peace deal in Colombia that we are actually looking forward to be managed in the best way so it can really answer our needs and all what we Colombians hope for our country, in of course in terms of peace and justice and strong institutions and all the other goals that of course are very related to this one. The next one, please. Okay, here I wanted to share some data. It's just a general look in the different areas that I have mentioned before. We have the economics, the environment, the society. So again, of course, our current situation had an impact in our country as it's happening all around the world. This pandemic situation impacted, for example, our data in employment and our rates in corruption, for example. It's very sad to say that all that money, all that investment that should be going to our pandemic situation, it's sadly going to bad hands that are not doing what we need to actually have a positive answer in this situation that we are going through right now. Again, the environmental situation, we are lucky, but we don't take care sometimes of our ecosystem. So that was also something that we were looking at, but then all this pandemic situation happened, and of course we all have seen positive and negative impacts in the environment. So that's something to look at. Also, in this situation, about going back to the new normal, I wanted to share this with you as an experience. We all know that we are facing these stages in which even our governments, even our the people that are supposed to be more educated in these topics, they are really working hard of getting away through this situation related COVID-19. And one of the situations that many countries, I know it's not only Colombia, are thinking is our economic situation. So all of them are looking for ways to take care of the citizens of their population, but going back to recover the economics. So our government have this strategy that was called the Day Without Taxes. So we were actually doing very great in terms of what we achieved during our quarantine. But then what happens was that the Day Without Taxes that was supposed to improve our economics situation, people ran to the streets, and that was insane. There was no control. So that ended up in new COVID-19 outbreaks that we are seeing now and that are having a very bad impact in our country right now. So as an experience and as a result of that transition of going back to normal, I think our government need to be more aware of these kind of strategies, and also citizens themselves. They need to be aware of, we were talking before about responsible consumption. and people just, they were thinking about taking advantage of this situation, and they didn't think so much about their health or how they were impacting our country in general. So that was just an experience that I wanted to share, because we are seeing now the bad results in terms of infected people in terms of COVID-19. Again, I was talking before about a peace process that we went through, so that's been having an impact in our human development, because we are more aware as Colombians about our situation now. It is not a secret that we are a stigmatized country by violence and by illicit drugs. But as I said, we have been achieving a lot during the last few years, and we really are looking forward to continuing with these strategies that lead us to be a better country. The next one, please. Okay, finally, again, I say the answers can be evident. Of course, we look at every different situation. You can do it again from your perspective and from the actual and real situation in your countries. I say that in Colombia, the first thing that we need to be doing is to enhancing the literacy rate. Of course, when people get education, when they are instructed, we reduce the, we're talking here about equality, and we can be talking here about reducing the crime rates too. We also need effective prison and jail policies. For this process, we are talking about before, during, and after. If something is really failing in our system, is that we don't only have very poor processes in terms of jail policies, but also after that, we need to be thinking about going back to the society. What's happening with these people? How is that reinsertion going? How is that process of going back to the society? We really need to be educated in this kind of systems, and those people that were actually going back to the society, we really need to work on that, because they are already in a process that they went through, and now they are going back to our society, and they should be more strategies to have them reincorporate to our society in the best way possible. Finally, I was talking here about reducing corruption rates, and it's not only about the government. As I said before, it starts with us. It happens a lot in our culture that sadly we tend to blame our government, but again, we don't look at ourselves when we talk about being honest with myself, being honest with the people. So I want law and I want justice to be strong, but then if I get a fine, I want to give money to the police officer or to the traffic officer so they can help me out with this. So how can we talk about reducing corruption rates if I'm being corrupted? So this is also very particular and a special situation that we Colombians need to learn a lot. That in this situation we have learned, in this pandemic situation we have learned that this really affects us, because now that we are at home and trying to take care of ourselves, we see how that money, as I said before, they were supposed to be invested in our pandemic situation and trying to improve in our economics and trying to have people being taken care of in the hospitals and clinics and having all the equipments that we need. But then that money is sadly going to those principal hands, and that they are using that money from self-benefit. So now we are tired of hearing about this, and this is something that we are really cold, and we really need to be this to stop. We know that this is not a situation that is going to change tomorrow. We wish, but sadly, it's not going to be like that, and it's something that we really need to improve in my country. And finally, again, as I mentioned before, we are really looking forward to have this peace deal managed in the best way possible. As I said before, we have come so far, and I don't think we are going to go back. We have been fighting a lot. We are a resilient country. We are really a country that is fighting to be peaceful and to have justice. So it is something that we Colombians have always dreamed of, and is peace. And now that we have at least that first huge step for us, I just wanted to share with you all, with your cultures in your countries, that Colombians are, besides being nice people and full of kindness, as I said before, we are really looking to be part of this change that we all need, not only in my country, but in the whole world. So thank you so much. That would be it for me.
Juliana has highlighted a very interesting fact that specific data shown the corruption is decreasing from 37 to 20. And for Juliana, there is a question from audiences that the question is,
Yes.
okay, this one. How do people in Colombia achieve peace and social justice? And the second is, what should we do to voice out our rights so the local authority or government hear our voice? Time is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Um, so actually, I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if it's possible to share really quick a slide. I don't know if I can do it. I didn't. I was just. It's if it's not possible, I understand. I just wanted to share with you. So I am a professor. I am an English teacher, and I'm also a volunteer. So I volunteer for the YMCA here in Colombia. So for the first question, I mentioned about this before. It's been a long way after uh, an armed conflict of more than 50 years. We have a history and a present with profound social inequality. We are a resilient country, and we are full of kindness, and we're always fighting for a fair and peaceful country. As a volunteer, I have worked in many different projects, and I think that is can be one as just a part of this first question that I have. We work in different communities. They are all related. They are mostly young people. They are all our programs are related to peace and coexistence, citizen engagement, and enterprise. So we work with young people, and we show them that there is actually a positive way to answer or to act in conflict situations. So we recognize that, of course, everyone faces conflict, and that happens in our different territories. So we work with them, and we show them that there are positive ways to face these kind of situations. We also, in the YMCA, in our movement that is based on volunteer work and in our communities, we work through different activities to build and transform our future. Actually, in this case, we call it 16 plus because we work through the social, the development goals too. So the sustainable development goals. So what we do is that we know that it's impossible to talk about peace if all the other goals are not achieved, right? So we know that if we don't get quality education, it's going to be hard to talk about peace and justice. So, for example, we work with after-school programs that can better up their performance in the school. Then another part that is very important is that we work for respected gender differences. So what we do here is that we work through workshops and we actually go to their communities. They don't come to the YMCA. The YMCA goes to the different communities. And this happens all around Colombia, right? And we also know that if there is hunger, we cannot be talking about equality and about justice and about peace again. So these young people learn to work with enterprise. So we work with a startup, okay, that they can maybe assure that they're going to get some incomes. And from an early stage in their lives, they know that they can get incomes in a fair and in a respectful way. So we show them ways to be, I know where you live. I know that you live in a harsh territory in our country. I know that the situation that surrounds you is not easy, but there are many ways that you can face that country, that context, sorry, and there are many ways that you can assure that you can actually be part of the change and not a part of the situation that they face every day in their territories. So these startups are actually very nice and rewarding because they are even in the school, in high school, and they learn how they can sell their art, for example, to learning maybe to use their hands. So they make handmade stuff and then they sell it. They get incomes for them. So they know that if they educate themselves, if they study, and then they have some abilities. Everyone have different skills. And if they work with these skills, then they're going to be able to contribute to the society in a positive way. So that's part of what we do to achieve peace and social justice. The YMCA does other different stuffs. In Colombia, for example, we don't have big facilities. Actually, we work with volunteers, and as I said before, we go to our community. So we have many programs that actually work in this. The second question?
Okay, yes. So we get the idea that education is powerful. So thank you so much.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So what should we do to voice out our rights? Okay. So I would say that first, we need to be truly informed. One of the biggest problems that we face as citizens is that we are not aware of our situation. We tend to believe everything we see in the media and we don't go beyond that. So one way is to be truly informed and be truly capable of knowing my rights and of course working through my duties also as a citizen and contributing to the society in this way. Another that is very necessary in my culture right now, we need to vote right. We cannot be electing people. They are our representatives and they can lead us to the good and to the bad. So we need to make good decisions and to exercise that vote in the best way. I will also say that get involved in community work, in social work, if possible. Be a volunteer if you can. I have been a volunteer for more than 10 years. And everyone that has this possibility, it doesn't matter how educated you are, how old are you, it doesn't matter your age, your maybe your duties if you're very busy. I have always been busy, and if you can be a volunteer, I really invite everyone to volunteer at least once in their lives, and you can really feel the difference when you contribute to the society. You know that you cannot change the world, but you are making a world a better place by little actions. And if not, be a part of a group that anyhow wants to live in a better world. I would say that the best way that you can have your voices heard is actually working with people that are looking to the same goal. So I would say that get involved with your community, get involved with your society, be a part of a group that wants to achieve a particular goal, and this can be part of not part of, we are not talking here about solutions, but at least to actions that can contribute to development, and in this particular goal, peace, justice, and strong institutions.
Thank you very much for sharing your ideas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to share also what the School of Law did. They do voluntarily. They help people very. Yeah. So this is in a very rural area, and they don't have water. So we know that water is a basic need in our life. Then the students go to that village and help people to get the funding, and they find the method to find the to provide the water. So this program, I think, funded by Australian government as well. So yeah, we are going to the same direction to achieve the sustainable goal development here. Okay, so the next presenter is Professor Dr. Souichirou Kozuka from Japan.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to join in this webinar. It's actually my first experience to be a speaker in the webinar. Today's a presentation of mine, and is going to talk about two things. One is how the Japanese government is trying to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. And you might find it a bit kind of bureaucratic, but a Japanese government, as usual, is going to address it in a pretty much a kind of institutionalized manner. And I'd like to share that experience with you. The second a big point of my presentation today is how corporations, private companies, private, I mean, commercial companies, and can have a role in this implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, in particular Goal 16, which is related to human rights and peace and justice. That is not least because I specialize in corporate law and corporate governance, but also in the case of Sustainable Development Goals in particular, it is not merely the public or governmental entities, but also the private and commercial entities, and as part of the citizen in the society, and are expected to play a significant role in the process. So next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. First, how the Japanese government is trying to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. Our government established SDGs promotion headquarters. Actually, you may not know unless you come to Japan, but the Japanese government now has dozens of headquarters, strategic headquarters on various subjects. In fact, it is a kind of a manner to overcome the sectionalism in the government agencies. So if you ask one government, for example, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it tends to end up with that government and a business, and other government agencies will not be very cooperative. So the government established headquarters across the governmental agencies and try to kind of coordinate and integrate implementation and methods that will be relevant to each and every government agency. So under this headquarter, a SDGs action plan was adopted 2 years ago, and also implementing guiding principles was adopted 2 years ago and revised last year. So I anticipate it will going to be kind of renewed every year. And then I introduced SDGs Action Platform, which is kind of a website that collects information, in particular best practices by civil and commercial entities, and including volunteers, of course, NGOs, but also commercial companies or say social businesses, and their practices are collected and published on the website. I must disclaim, by the way, that much of the contents on the website are unfortunately in Japanese only and not accessible in English. That is one of the problems of ours. So could you go to next slide? May I ask going to another? Yes, thank you very much. That is the original page. Next page, please. Oh, yes, thank you. That's the right one. And so what does the SDGs implementation guiding principles say? And it says Japan has the SDGs model. Whatever it may mean, I don't know. But anyway, so Japan may have Japanese approach to implementation of SDGs, and not only do that domestically, but also share that experience with other countries across the world, so that Japan can be the role model in this respect. And that is kind of the official statement, but one of the an important point is that human security concept appears here. So human security concept is kind of concept sustaining the Japanese approach to peace and justice in the world. So as you may know, Japan does not have the military in the proper meaning. We have a defense force, but it is not the military in the ordinary sense. So a national and international security through military measures is not our policy. So what should be our kind of tool to achieve international and national security? That is emphasis on human rights and human life. So that is the concept of human security, and that concept is adopted as kind of a key concept in implementing SDGs goals. And then, in a again very Japanese way, and a Japanese government reorganized 17 SDGs goals into 8 priority targets. That's strange, but anyway, that's what is done. And achieving peaceful, safe, and secure societies is the 7th. 7th doesn't mean that it is a less important than six other targets, and it is only the order of kind of in the order of organizing these targets. And it's listed in the 7th as the 7th priority target, and it appears to correspond to the original goal 5 and 16 of the original SDGs of the UN. And then the implementation guiding principle said that business or commercial entities, commercial companies are required to take this seriously in their corporate strategy. And again, I'd like to draw your attention to the reference to the business and human rights guiding principle, which is another fruit of UN activities and also taken seriously by the Japanese government. So could you go to the next slide? Yes. So, what are we doing about the business and human rights? Here, it is not a headquarters, but it is interministerial committee and under the lead of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And a Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in collaboration with other governmental agencies, is going to establish a Japan's national action plan on business and human rights. And it is studies have carefully been made because it will affect daily activities of the Japanese government, Japanese companies. But this year, we will finally have the National Action Plan published. And also, again, very curious, but business and human rights guiding principles are mentioned in our growth strategy. What business and human rights have relevance to growth strategy of ours? That may sound strange, but a growth strategy is actually kind of the basic, very basic policy for coordinating our economic policies. So of course, we are going to facilitate many new technologies, new businesses based on those technologies, including, say, the information technology, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and all these things we catch by the word Society 5.0. It is kind of the futuristic society, a machine and technology helping our human life, and so achieving human right, business and human rights target will be partly supported by this kind of technology and information and development, information society. And also, of course, if it is mentioned in the growth strategy, that may affect the allocation of budget within our government. So that may be kind of the background intention. And anyway, so in this manner, business and human rights is becoming slowly but steadily becoming a policy goal within our country. And so, what does it mean from the to the commercial companies side? That means, number one, human rights due diligence, and that is a very kind of big issue to the corporate managers. And also, corporations, of course, have to make efforts to make the working environment for their employees and a better and decent one. This is particularly relevant in this COVID-19 situation. And if something happens, and for example, a harassment among the employees, and a harassment could happen even if people are working remotely, or could be kind of aggravated by the use of remote tools, because remote tools go into your private house and private life through a screen. So then the companies have to provide access to remedy to their employees. So next slide, please. Yes. And in fact, working conditions have been one of the big issues to Japanese companies since the last few years. And we have the word, and so work-life balance is important. We also talk about black workplace, and this word has become suddenly indecent because of the Black Lives Matter and a movement. But traditionally in Japan, black means a kind of desperate situation. And also, not only sexual harassment, but also power harassment has become enacted, become discipline in the labor law last year. And finally, but not least important, and more and more Japanese corporate managers are becoming aware of the human rights due diligence. This is partly because of the Modern Slavery Act enacted in the UK and also in Australia and some other jurisdictions, but particularly UK's relevance is big because Japanese companies have used UK as kind of the jurisdiction to go into the European market, not least because of the language. So now the situation is again a bit changing because of Brexit, and but until now, so Japanese companies have subsidiaries or branches in the UK, which means that UK's Modern Slavery Act is not something alien. It is their problem. And some Japanese companies are trying to take it seriously. But still, and it is not very much kind of active, I must admit. And so I checked that SDGs action platform and that I mentioned in the previous slide. And when it comes to other goals, for example, environment, water, and forest, lots of best practices or good practices are published there. But under goal 16, human rights, justice, peace, it is only a handful of cases that are reported there. So it is kind of the becoming or emerging issue, but still yet to be permeated through the business leaders. So next slide, please. Could you proceed?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. So one of the problems is that Japanese people, in particular business leaders, tend to focus on kind of the main issues, but tend to close their eyes to kind of marginal issues and marginal people. Marginal means many things. One thing is among Japanese companies, Japanese business entities, big companies are okay, but small and medium enterprises, they are not very much kind of aware of this situation. SDGs are now becoming relevant. Still, we need to kind of educate these small businesses people. Also, in the recent situation, remote work is kind of promoted to keep people's lives safe. That is, comparatively speaking, better complied in big and a kind of global companies. But smaller companies and also non-full-time workers, part-time workers, or kind of dispatched workers, they have to go to the office, partly because of the information security, cyber security policies of their companies. So full-time workers, they have a security security prepared devices, so they can work from their home. But non-full-time workers, they do not have access to a security system, so they have to go to the office and work on the company's system, which is another example of marginal people being affected badly in the abnormal situation. And I may go back to the first bullet point, that is the fundamental human rights issue. And companies, business leaders tend to think that human rights are not our problem, or tend to think, okay, so if our company does not employ, say, child labor, that should be okay. That is not correct. For example, what happens if their employees are suffering from the limitation over their human rights. That is now becoming serious after the implementation of the new Chinese law in Hong Kong. Many Japanese companies have their subsidiaries in Hong Kong. So what happens if their employees join the democratic movement and be affected by the new law? The same will be the problem under the U.S. and a Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act newly enacted, and which could have impact on Japanese companies because Japanese companies have a production sites within China. So it is very relevant, but also not easy for Japanese corporate managers to scrutinize their the working situations and of their subsidiaries, or the suppliers to the subsidiaries, or suppliers to the suppliers of their subsidiaries. So business leaders should monitor the supply chain, which is not an easy task. So could you go to the next slide, please? Then, what about our domestic situation? And again, we have a foreign workers program. And the general rule is that within Japan, foreign workers are not allowed for non-professional jobs. So professional jobs are okay. Dr. Rina and you once taught at a Sophia University where I used to teach 10 years. I think Rina was there 10 years ago. And so that was okay because teaching is a professional job. But non-professional jobs like shopkeepers and waiters and waitresses in restaurants, or a factory worker, agriculture workers, the general rule is that foreigners are not allowed to engage in these works. What? If you come to Tokyo, walk around, go into the convenience stores, you see for non-Japanese shopkeepers in every store, a convenience store. And used to be more Chinese and Korean people. Now we have more and more a Bangladesh, Indian, Nepalese workers, and Indonesians also, I think, and in the shop. So how can they work there? So the reality is, as I show in the slide, so foreign workers for professional job, that is a rule, and that is okay. But foreign workers, then there are another category of foreign workers legally under the statutory system accepted for specified activities. In particular, nurse and care workers, and the Philippines and Indonesia are two big sources of people working under this system. This is also statutory, so also legal. But look at the number. There are only 36,000 people working under this condition. Whereas there are foreign people working in other manner in the number of 300,000 people. So there is 1 0 and one more zero to these people. So what are these people? One category is trainees. So it said that, okay, so these people are trainees, getting training, and once they develop their skills, they will go back to their home country and teach the skill they learn to their colleagues. But the reality is they are used as kind of temporary foreign workers, limited in 1 to 2 years. And then foreign students and staying in Japan to study, or at least allegedly to study, but are working part-time. This is another source of a foreign human workforce, and so they are not illegal, they are legal, but if part-time work becomes their primary activity, it sounds kind of strange, or the primary primary part and the subsidiary part of their life has become reversed. And so could you go to the next slide, please? Could you proceed to the next slide? Yes, thank you very much. So, and do the corporate leaders and recognize this situation? Of course they do, because this is our daily life. We can see them. So, what do they think about it? Here is the role of corporate governance. So corporate directors, they have their duty not only to manage their companies effectively or skillfully, but also to keep it legally and also respecting human rights and to achieve sustainable development goals. So monitoring SDGs goals, and that is also the part of the duty of the corporate directors. If I raise this point to my colleague law professors in Japan, they might say, it may be a duty or a recommended practice, but may not be legal duty. But I anticipate that in 5 years, within 5 years, many people will start to say it is their legal duty. And we have a kind of a historical background trying to deny the public role of corporation because that aspect was abused and emphasized before the Second World War, but now the time has changed, so we may need to rethink this. So could you go to the next slide, please? Could you proceed to the next slide, please? Yes, thank you very much. And there is kind of an ironical situation, and Japanese companies or the business method of Japanese companies have been known as stakeholder model as opposed to the shareholder primacy model. And until 1990s, Japanese business people were still kind of confident in their approach when, globally speaking, shareholder primacy approach and corporate governance reform based on that idea have emerged quickly. And then in 2000, in particular after 2008, of that is the time of global financial crisis, and US and also Europe started to rethink this shareholder primacy approach, but Japan, because of the economic downturn and a sluggish situation of the business in early 2000s, started to focus on shareholder primacy and emphasize the importance of the capital market. So it's kind of ironical, but now we are in 2020 and we have experienced COVID-19 situation. So maybe gradually, but Japanese companies are also starting to focus on human rights and other SDG goals. And so that is where we stand now. So could you go to the concluding slide?
The next slide, please.
Yes, next one, please. Yes, so Japanese government has been trying to implement SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and then a big issue is what a role the commercial entities have in this context. And I think the significance of the corporate governance should be emphasized. And could you go to the additional promotional slide, please? The last slide. Yes, and a part of what I presented here is in my contribution to this book. It is a very thick book and just published and published in earlier this year from Cambridge University Press. And not only the Japanese chapter, there is also a Indonesian chapter, a Colombian chapter, Indian chapter. So this is a suggested reading to you and in thinking about corporate governance relevance in sustainability. So thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so there are 2 questions for you. It's on slide. What does Japan do to recover its economic during this pandemic situation, and the second is how the COVID-19 affected the implementation of SDGs in Japan.
Okay, I will respond to the second question first because it is more relevant to my presentation. And I think it is affecting, in fact, and partly because of the Japanese corporate governance. So Japanese corporate governance tend to kind of emphasize monitoring on the lower level, not on the top level of the management. So and a monitoring tend to occur in the production side or the retail shops, or a kind of monitors and auditors go to the place and examine the what is happening there. Is the traditional Japanese approach of corporate governance. So now COVID-19 has affected our travel abroad, and Japan is now almost close to all the world. So a corporate officers cannot go to the production sites or subsidiaries in other countries, not to Indonesia, not to China, not to Vietnam, not to the Philippines. So this is a real problem. This means that not only checking the business going on, but also the human rights diligence, human rights monitoring, and a sustainable development goal monitoring. That is also being affected. So I think that is serious. And that is, I think, one of the reasons why Japanese government is trying to resume and foreign travels limited to business people and high-class business people, not to academics, unfortunately. And but high-class business people, and with say China, Indonesia, Vietnam, all these countries are where their subsidiaries and production sites are existing. Now, quickly to the first question, and to recover its economy, of course, it's a big problem, but my sense is that Japan is not yet in the stage of recovering its economy. It's still struggling and supporting the economy. And what the national and central and local government has done until now is just to give subsidies or just to give money to business people, and to kind of help their financing problem, liquidity problem. But the real problem will be from now. So, and how can we help these business entities rebuild and reconstruct their business models? That is a real problem. Maybe after this pandemic is over, and we would again welcome foreign tourists, including Indonesian people. Please come to Japan. But I'm not optimistic. I must say it will be after a few years by the latest, by the minimum, and before that comes true. Unfortunately, but that is the reality we have to face.
To hear that. Okay, thank you for sharing your valuable perspective, Kozuka Sensei, and hope
Thank you very much.
Yeah, in the near future. Okay,
Yes.
next presenter is Professor Rosalie from Philippines, and the speaker of the screen. Yeah, Prof. Rosalie is from Political Science at the University of Philippines, Visayas. Professor Rosalie, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Okay, time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have my slides, please? Okay. Good morning. I am actually speaking from the city of Iloilo, which is in the Visayas Islands, it's in central Philippines. I would like to preface my speech by thanking Dr. Rina Shahrullah for inviting me to this webinar. Dr. Shahrullah and I actually have worked together in a prior project, and I have visited the Universitas International Batam back in 2013 as part of a project that was supported by the Nippon Foundation Asian Public Intellectuals. So I have very fond memories of Universitas International Batam and Batam City. as well. So I am going to talk about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on realizing the SDG 16 targets. So I think the professor, the prior presentation is a very good segue into this topic, as I will be dealing with exactly how the pandemic has affected the ability of our country to meet SDG 16 goals. Let me just preface my presentation as well by saying that the Philippines has, in fact, inked peace agreements with two identity-based separate armed groups in the south. That's in the region called Mindanao. These are peace agreements inked with the Moro National Liberation Front in 1996, and recently with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, that's in 2014, both of which are armed groups based in Mindanao. As a result of the peace agreement signed with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, we successfully concluded a referendum in January 2019, which created the New Bangsamoro Autonomous Region for Muslim Mindanao. And currently, the government is spearheaded by a Bangsamoro Transition Authority, whose members are appointed both by the MILF and by our national government. Elections are slated for the new BARM in 2022. That is a regular regional and local election. So that said, we also face some serious insurgency problem from the communists and terror groups. And this is what preoccupies our security forces to date. We also have a serious problem on drugs, and our current President Duterte administration actually has an ongoing quote-unquote war on drugs. So the reason why I am providing you this sort of background is to kind of situate the current security and peace and order situation in my country that is present before the COVID-19 pandemic. I will be talking more about the COVID-19 pandemic and its effect on the role of security sector institutions, the military in particular, as government institutions dealing with crime and violence and civil disturbance. So, in the Philippines, the pandemic actually is the response of the government to the pandemic is framed under the law of an emergency law. We have a declaration of state of emergency, which was signed in March 2020. So this national emergency or state of emergency actually is enacted by Congress, and the emergency rights, prior slide please, I'm sorry, I'm still on slide 2. Slide 2 please, okay, and that legal framework gives extraordinary powers to the executive branch, the executive being the president. So among other things, the president is empowered to mobilize the military and the police to address the pandemic. Perhaps the Philippines is not unique. I'm aware that other countries in Southeast Asia, including Indonesia, have also mobilized the military in the first few weeks following the pandemic to kind of arrest its spread. So I'm particularly interested in the call-out provisions of these emergency powers, which allow the domestic mobilization of the military as emergency measures. Now, take note that there are varying circumstances where the military may be mobilized domestically. Many countries actually allow such. So for instance, as a response to disaster, to address rebellion problems when it's invaded by another country, during incidents of civil unrest or civil order, or even terror attacks, as well as to secure life and property. So there are varying circumstances by which the military may be mobilized domestically. Such calls also vary depending on historical tradition. So the Philippines is one of those countries that historically mobilized the military for a whole bunch of missions, including disaster response and, of course, to address rebellion. So for us in the Philippines, we are not at all stranger to seeing military personnel in our midst, but only in conjunction with disaster response, typically about a week or so until the disaster is over. But in places like Mindanao that has this long-standing insurgency problem, the military is far more ubiquitous. So there are large military personnel deployed in the area, and they are seen regularly, for instance, as part of their counterinsurgency operation. Next slide. The implications of having such emergency measures in response to COVID-19, of course, are profound. In relation to SDG 16, I call on the implications under the rule of law and protection of fundamental rights. When the military is mobilized under a context of emergency, there are certain ways by which they have to do it, which may impinge on fundamental rights. Although it's very clear in our law that human rights should also always be protected, even if we were under a national emergency. There is no suspension on the writ of habeas corpus, for instance. There cannot be any warrantless arrest or searches. But the fact that we are under an emergency also comes for calls questions on the way the military and the police carries out, for instance, the tasks that they undertake in response to the pandemic. So the rule of law is particularly important because normal judicial processes where you arrest people, subject them to questioning, and maybe detain them is sensitive given the danger of contagion brought about by the pandemic. For a country that already has a problem with a congestion of jails and prison cells, this is particularly a sensitive situation. I will explain later how the rule of law has been adversely affected because of the pandemic response involving our security forces. It also calls to question how transparent, effective, and accountable are our government institutions in enforcing, again, the rules, the measures, quarantine measures for COVID-19. There is that danger, of course, that when you deploy the military and the police domestically as pandemic response, there's a danger that they may use lethal force to their own population when doing so. The understanding the use of lethal force, the military is configured to shoot. It's by function, by doctrine and training. They shoot. They apply the maximum level of force to achieve their mission goals. But are these types of training and capacities suitable for the type of tasks that they are to undertake as part of the COVID-19 response? So that's also a very important thing to consider. Lastly, militarization. So there is some uneasiness on the part of Philippine society to have the military mobilized for checkpoint operations, roadblocks, and the likes, which the government actually adopted in order to prevent the spread of the disease. So the ubiquitousness of the military in uniform and fully armed in streets is something that causes uneasiness in major cities outside, again, of Mindanao, where people are already used to that sort of scenario. The other one is securitization. What's alarming to many, perhaps, is the way the pandemic is framed as war, and the language that is used as if we are fighting a war and the responses needed are the same coercive tools that is required to win the war. So this securitized lens, of course, is worrisome, particularly when looked at in terms of how people are supposed to behave in this particular emergency situation. Next slide, please. Okay. This is what happened in the Philippines, just to give you an idea. The first 2 months after the pandemic was declared a pandemic about mid-March are critical, because that was when we went under what we call an enhanced community quarantine, an ECQ. And this is where the military was mobilized in large numbers to enforce the enhanced community quarantine. So, national emergency, the government interpreted it as conditions suddenly intensifying existing danger to life or well-being beyond normal. As the number of positive cases, COVID-19 positive cases rose, particularly in Metro Manila, the national government also made decisions that it will enforce enhanced community quarantine in certain areas. So that's calibrated according to the number of positive cases. So just to give you an example, we were under enhanced community quarantine in my city of Iloilo for 2 months. But that has been downgraded to just general community quarantine in June 1, 2020, for which the military is no longer deployed for enforcement. But in Cebu, which had seen a dramatic increase in COVID-19 positive cases, they just decided to went back to an enhanced community quarantine, and an additional surge of military personnel have been deployed in that particular island to enforce it. So Congress, under our 1987 Constitution, Section 23, Article 6, empowers the President to take extraordinary measures to address the crisis or emergency beyond standard procedure. Beyond standard procedure, again, is that typically we won't see uniformed personnel in the streets doing checkpoints and roadblocks, but the pandemic calls for an extraordinary measures. Our Congress decides by law whether there is a national emergency and sets parameters for its durations and the kind of special powers of the President. So the duration of the state of emergency was 3 months, subject to extension by by Congress. The special powers of the President, again, I will discuss later, but curiously, it did not involve supposed to be taking over businesses and hospitals. That was rejected by Congress, where we can't have the President taking over businesses and hospitals as a means to fight the pandemic. So, okay, I cannot see I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, so the circumstances by which a national emergency is declared in my country are pretty straightforward. It should be either a pandemic, a catastrophic disaster. So I'm imagining typical of typhoon category 4, like the typhoon Haiyan that hit us in 2014, or in periods of severe economic crisis. Our law distinguishes between a state of emergency and martial law. So we also have proviso for a martial law. The difference between the two is that in martial law, there really allows for a suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. And it is a military takeover of government facilities, government institutions in areas covered by martial law. There had only been a few episodes in our history post-1987 when our presidents declared martial law. Martial law was declared in Maguindanao in 2009 and lasted for a year. That in itself was effected a military takeover of various local governments as a result, but it was lifted after a year. More recently, martial law was imposed in Mindanao Island for 2 years following the siege of Marawi in 2017 May, that lasted until December 2019. So that martial law is a different scenario, a different legal framework from a state of emergency, which is what we have as framing the government response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, next slide, please. So next slide.
Okay, next slide.
Okay, so when we say call out power, what is particularly crucial to kind of think about is the executive prerogative. That is the prerogative of the president as commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So the president basically decides where to deploy the military and how they will be used. And whether, you know, the military will be deployed with the maximum use of lethal force, whether they be armed, whether they can be deployed in a particular area or not. All of these are the call of the president. As I said before, in the Philippines, the framework is that the president can do so if there is a situation of lawless violence, if there is a rebellion, or if there is an invasion. Prior to the pandemic, the only other time that our military had been called out, as it were, was in response to rebellion, as I said, because we have a lot of insurgency problems. This lawless violence is really interesting. When you talk about lawless violence, this would be things like protests, for instance, protests or actions by trade unions, etc. There has only been one instance, to my recollection, that our military has been called out to suppress protests. And this was a peasant protest in Hacienda Luisita in Tarlac, which is the Aquino estate, back in about 2014. So there has not been other types of domestic deployment prior to that. Now, what's also important is that the president's power to mobilize the military is subject to legislative and judicial countercheck. So again, as mentioned, the legislature sets the parameter duration of emergency powers. And actually, ordinary citizens can file a case before our Supreme Court contesting the declaration of a state of emergency or a martial law, which actually had been done. So all call outs for martial law had actually been contested before our Supreme Court. The more recent of this was the Supreme Court decision affirming the declaration of martial law in Mindanao, because that was also contested. So basically, our court said it's okay for the president to declare martial law and the exercise of executive prerogative therein. So another thing to consider is that in a state of emergency where powers are given to the president, this is also a means by which the central or national government asserts its authority over local governments. What is interesting about the COVID-19 pandemic response is that early on, local governments were starting to formulate responses on their own. So whether it be mitigation measures, you know, spraying and decontamination measures, they are just doing it on their own. But they were reprimanded and threatened with a lawsuit by the central government, basically saying that you can't do that. You have to wait until what we decide at the national level before you act on it. So to us, looking at the COVID-19 response, it's also interesting to see it from the perspective of central-local government relations. Okay, next slide. Okay. In the Philippines, again, I distinguish between normal deployment or the use of armed forces decided by the president as commander-in-chief, which is actually coursed through a deputization. So there is a deputization system. So the Department of National Defense basically deputizes the military to do something. And this deputization practice, in which a civilian government agency deputizes the military to carry out tasks, is kind of routine and standard. So for example, our military is deputized for things like I mentioned before, disaster response. They are tasked to, let's say, help in rescuing people affected by typhoons. And the most recent example is the Taal eruption. There's this volcano in Luzon, which erupted in January 2020, for which the military, again, was mobilized to rescue individuals from trapped communities. They're also deputized to be election monitors. Our Commission on Elections deputizes them to guard and provide security in local elections, national elections, regional elections. This is a routine task for our military. They also provide support to law enforcement. I mentioned about the war on drugs, anti-kidnapping, So routinely, our military also provides support to police to carry out these tasks. And of course, presidents also love deploying our military to carry out reconstruction projects and development projects in the countryside. The most recent example of this is this big multi-billion peso program under President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, where the military was tasked to build small-scale infrastructure in conflict-afflicted areas. So you're talking about farm-to-market roads, health facilities, small bridges, etc., etc. So the military, through its what they call engineering units, were tasked to carry out these small infrastructure projects. I think the point that I'm trying to make is that, again, the deployment of the military for us for the pandemic is certainly not out of the norm, because they're being utilized for a whole variety of things to begin with by the president as commander-in-chief. But unlike the routine deployments, where there are set mechanisms, where there are very well-established rules about what type of uniformed personnel will be involved, and the duration, all of these are inked out in a deputation order, which is predetermined alonghand. And in many of these cases, the military is very certain that they are not authorized to apply the maximum use of lethal force. These are categorized as non-traditional missions. Okay, so that is worth emphasizing. Next slide. So what now I have on the slide, next slide, is this table. This table, pardon the small font, just basically gives you an idea of the types of military mobilizations under varying legal circumstances. The one for pandemic is the first column, national emergency. But there are the table is also laid out to compare military mobilization under a national emergency to, say, a call-out operations in response to a rebellion or lawless violence, as in response to standard routine measures, the one that I have mentioned in the previous slide, and also deployment in local emergencies. So the Philippines, again, we are visited by typhoons so many times a year, and we have the many occasional, volcanic eruption, like our neighbors in Indonesia. And so local government units also declare local emergencies for which they are allowed to also request the military to provide assistance. So what to pay attention in this particular table is the fact that the legal bases are quite different. In the national emergency, which is now pandemic, it's an act of Congress. The other one for call-out operations is simply an executive order or proclamation by the president. In standard non-traditional orders, non-traditional missions, only a memorandum agreement with relevant government agencies would suffice. A memorandum of agreement between the military and the relevant civilian government agency from whose budget, for instance, the implementation of that particular undertaking will come from. In a local emergency, basically, local governments can in fact engage the local unit, a military unit co-located, the one that's deployed in their area for garrison purposes, to also assist in various types of local emergencies. Now, the mechanisms are quite different as well. So different types of mechanisms for different types of military mobilization. The one under the pandemic right now is an interagency task force. It's a coordinative body at the national level, which decides everything and basically tells the military if they needed to be deployed in certain cities and certain islands. The tasks are comparable. So a lot of the tasks you can imagine has to do with restricting mobility. So imposing curfews, setting up checkpoints, conduct searches of home and vehicles, indirect logistics, or direct humanitarian assistance. One of the things that our government has done, utilized the military for in response to the pandemic, is to ask for military assets to ferry or send back what we call repatriate. So these are stranded individuals in Manila, as well as returning migrant workers from abroad. So they land in the Philippines, in Manila, or they come in boats in Manila, and then they utilize military assets, Navy ships, cargo planes, to deliver them to where they need to go home. and so on and so forth. So that has been a fairly wide use of military assets in response to the pandemic. The manpower requirements also quite differ. So as I mentioned, our military now, its primary vision is counterinsurgency, it's internal security. They are here because they have to fight insurgents. So whatever is tasked on them on top of the counterinsurgency, they will have to tap additional manpower. And the additional manpower exists from reserves. So we have a reserve unit called Citizens Armed Forces Geographical Unit. These are supposed to be volunteers. They are tasked to do all sorts of things because otherwise the active duty personnel are busy fighting insurgents and so on and so forth. So different military personnel, manpower requirements are required depending on the type of mobilization. So the geographic scope typically is by unit. As I said, they already deployed for counterinsurgency, so they decide whether is it going to be brigade-wide or division-wide or joint, to mean Army, Coast Guard, and Army, Armed Forces, and infantry or Navy, or would it also involve other government agencies like the Coast Guard or the police? So what's good about this COVID-19 response is that the military actually is part of a sectoral coordinative group, including the police and the Coast Guard. So they are working with other security sectors alongside. Integration, therefore, is relatively high in a national emergency situation. So with high integration, I think that's good news for our military because it's better for them to be embedded with other security actors like the police and work together than acting on their own, because there'd be more possibility that the use of lethal force would be moderated somehow or tempered. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. I took on particular interest in Mindanao, and I actually have interviewed commanders of various task forces that were assigned to respond to the pandemic early on in about April or May. I interviewed about 4 of them about what they are doing in their respective cities. These are commanders, task force commanders in the cities of Cagayan de Oro, Zamboanga, Davao, and Cotabato City. These are 4 major cities in Mindanao. So I asked them, you know, how are you carrying out the pandemic response? What's the mechanism? What's the structure? And they're very kind in sharing exactly what they're doing. So I mentioned that there is this interagency task force created at the national level, for which there is a security cluster. In that security cluster, the military belongs, but the lead actor is the police. So because it's a pandemic, there are government health personnel. These are doctors, nurses, that are embedded in these particular teams that are assigned in various places. So they always have somebody who is a health personnel who checks on, they do what they call thermometer, temperature checks on individuals and so on. So their tasks are to enforce community quarantines, impose curfew, checkpoints, regulate transport, effect travel bans, and they provide transport logistics for relief goods. They ferry health emergency and frontline personnel to the hospitals. They repatriate overseas foreign workers, stranded citizens, and they also are engaged in community sanitation and misting operations. Apart from that, they are also involved in second-tier tasks such as loudspeaker operations. This is information dissemination. So they along with patrols. So they go on patrols in communities with loudspeakers telling people, this is what you need to do in order to protect yourself from the COVID-19 virus, etc., etc. So they do that as part of their mission. A lot of these tasks were piggybacked to existing task forces or task group frameworks that already they have in place. So I mentioned that in the 4 cities in Mindanao, they already have a task force. But the task force is really for something else. They had the task force to counter terrorism. And so what they did is that they did not reinvent the wheel. It's the same task force, the same people, you just added on government health personnel and Coast Guard. So that's basically what they did. But this task force allows for the integration with police, auxiliary civilian groups, as well as local government authorities. Again, that experience of working with sorry, other actors in this situation. Next slide, please. This is my last slide, the issues and challenges. So what I have in the picture is a very, the picture along with the slide is a very interesting one. This is a joint statement on the rule of law in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic issued by prominent business groups in my country. And the reason why they had come out with this statement is that because they were alarmed by the high number of arrests and detentions carried out by the military and police as a consequence of violation of the community quarantine measures. So it alarms them because, again, it's particularly the population that is arrested and detained are disproportionately coming from poor segments of the population. Why are they being arrested and detained? Well, because people need to buy food. People need to find means to survive amidst the pandemic, amidst the lockdown. And they are most likely, therefore, to violate quarantine measures. And so it has been raised by the business groups that while measures have to be taken in order to make sure that the pandemic is contained, there nevertheless have to be a reckoning about whether our security forces are observing the rule of law in treatment of these particular quarantine violations. And of course, there are some very serious questions about government officials themselves violating quarantine measures but were never arrested or detained, including an infamous senator who later on tested positive but actually accompanied the pregnant wife to the hospital who was about to give birth and therefore endangering the entire staff of the hospital. He was never punished. He was never called to question, suspended or anything as a result of that indiscriminate and measure that, personal behavior. So the issues and challenges, I think, has to do with the protocols and enforcement measures that impinge on market and society. The pandemic, of course, calls for extraordinary responses. But on the other hand, I think we need to step back and ask ourselves, are we violating rights? Are we observing the rule of law under these circumstances? Who should be arrested? Who should be detained? How long should they be detained? Given concerns about health and safety. These are questions, of course, that can be raised as a consequence. It also strengthens the presidential hands against recalcitrant local governments. So already we have seen our president basically lambasting and reprimanding local governments, and local governments pushing back to some extent. But on the other hand, we're too scared of lawsuits to contest the power of the president to otherwise decide what needs to be done. So whether if you're Cebu City, there's very little you can do if the government says, I'm sorry, you have to put your entire country, your entire island under enhanced community quarantine. And by the way, we're sending you an additional 20,000 military personnel to enforce it. There's nothing much you can do if the national government decides that. So whereas military mobilization in response to pandemic is nothing new, again, it's nothing new, particularly in Mindanao, in the cities that I have mentioned, which already has a heavy military footprint to begin with. They're used to seeing the military in the streets and manning checkpoints and roadblocks and imposing curfews and whatnot, doing patrols. They're used to that, but not for Metro Manila, not for Cebu, certainly not for my city, because we do not have a problem with insurgency. So in these places, military presence in the urban space actually unsettles and rankles a lot of people, and with due reason, because again the heavy military presence in our streets and the questionable rules by which they may choose to apply maximum lethal force is something that that we are all wary about. By the way, there has been reported one death of a person. Ironically, he's a retired veteran scout ranger who's mentally ill, who violated quarantine rules and was fatally shot by a police officer. So there was one incident when that actually occurred, and that happened in Metro Manila. So there also is a need to nuance and calibrate the military role. One of the things that we take into account, is it necessary really to deploy the military to carry this out? Would not the police be sufficient? Number two, should they be armed? If they are manning checkpoints, why should they be armed? Why is there a need for full arms to be able to do so? This is a particularly very interesting case. When I interviewed the task force commanders, they were very forthright in saying, actually, we also use the checkpoints to detect terrorists. So we're not just checking people's temperatures, we're also eyeing them if they're potential terrorists. So the anti-terrorism mindset persists nevertheless, even if they had to undertake checkpoint operations. The last point I'd like to make is the securitized response to the pandemic is highlighted in the language and communication strategies that are adopted by our government. So very militarized lens, the rhetoric, even the skill set in dealing with civilians. So I have only crossed checkpoints once, at least in my city, that was manned, I believe, by the police. And they were very polite and they were very nice. But there had also been reports in other places when they are not as polite as nice. And the reason why this is so is because the military does not have the requisite skill sets in dealing with civilians. They're used to fighting, they're used to shooting people. So if you place them in a situation where they have to deal with ordinary civilians, they will not be able to know exactly how to respond. So there's a lot of danger in deploying the military for this type of operations, precisely because they do not have the requisite skill set. There are some units in the military, like civil military operations units, that may have the skill set, but not all. So this is therefore highly questionable. So I would like to end my presentation basically by saying that what the COVID-19 response has brought us is basically a reckoning of the extent of presidential power, emergency powers, and how the military may be mobilized for response whereby there is that latent danger that can lead to potential human rights violations or can compromise the rule of law. So I think drawing from this, what we need in the Philippines to move forward is to, as I mentioned, the need to really seriously rethink, should we not limit the type of military mobilization domestically, and if they do so only as a last resort. If you can use your police, because they are probably better at this job than the military does, and have the military just concentrate in addressing concerns like rebellion or invasion. Thank you so much.
Professor Rosalie, thank you for bringing us with the helicopter perspective of how national emergency and security is redefined from the military perspective. Okay, so please kindly answer the two questions on the slide. If the COVID-19 pandemic occurred because of the spread of biological weapons, could we describe that we still live in peace? And how is peace pursued in states with populist regimes? Yeah, that two questions, Prof, please.
Yes, please. The more important thing I think to consider is the legal context of the government response to the pandemic. So it really matters less whether the pandemic is brought about by the spread of biological weapons, or in the case of COVID-19, results of a cross-boundary transmission. So the reason why we had it in the Philippines was because it was brought in, as far as we can tell, from contact tracing by Chinese tourists. So it's there. The pandemic is there. The question to ask is, do we have the appropriate legal instrument or framework to respond? And who is empowered in the government sector to respond to it? So obviously, when you're in a pandemic, there's always a danger that it will result in some kind of unrest or civil unrest. I think that has been demonstrated elsewhere, but at least in the Philippines, thankfully, it had not gone to that route. But what then is the type of power that is given to the government to address such pandemics? Or potentially, civil unrest, a situation of unpeace, if there was a pandemic. As explained in the presentation, most governments, mainly their president or prime minister, are given emergency powers. So if they have a pandemic, it's not normal. So the power that is given to the government is extraordinary because there is an emergency. And these emergency powers, among other things, allows them to deploy the military and the police as a response. But domestic deployments of security forces of any kind is inherently dangerous. Again, I reiterate that it's inherently dangerous because it does not preclude the lethal use of force on the part of the soldiers or the police when they carry out these tasks. So ask the question, should quarantine violators be arrested, detained, searched, or even possibly shot? For countries like the Philippines, it's very alarming where we have a very colorful president, President Duterte, who basically says, if they break the quarantine measures, shoot them. I mean, this came from our president. So it is really not very, it's very discomforting for many of us to imagine even extraordinary powers utilizing the military to respond to the pandemic and how it may be abused. So the SDG principle has a strong bearing on the pandemic because it directs to how fundamental rights are protected or violated in the government response to the pandemic. So while emergency measures are necessary, what comes with it are certain restrictions on freedom. So for instance, freedom of mobility. I would have wanted to go to the supermarket to buy my food supply, but I couldn't because I do not have the requisite checkpoint passes, community passes. By the way, in my city, there was such a pass, and it's called a quarantine pass, which are given to the household, and you need to carry that pass with you everywhere you go. Because it will be checked you have to present it at the checkpoint and you will not be allowed otherwise. So this is a restriction on freedom of mobility. But what is the appropriate balance between the goal of ensuring public health safety amidst the pandemic and the protection of human rights? And I think having the military deployed to enforce those measures is really very dangerous. So attaining peace becomes difficult under these circumstances because of the overwhelming power of the state vis-a-vis individual rights and liberties. Because the state could also argue that, well, it's using its extraordinary powers to safeguard public health, and it may therefore necessarily have to compromise certain individual rights and liberties to do so. But we strive very hard to have a balance between the two.
Thank you, Professor.
For the next question, I'm sorry, I still have a response to the next question because this is more specific to the peace. How is peace pursued in states with populist regimes? So our current administration right now under President Duterte is correctly, I think, classified as populist. President Duterte is widely supported by a huge chunk of our population. He is populist, both in terms of appeal. His satisfaction ratings, public approval ratings are sky high and has never been gone below 70%. So all-time high for president level of satisfaction, public perception-wise. So President Duterte is a populist president, and but also under his presidency, we have had many positive headways in response to the Bangsamoro issue in Mindanao. So I mentioned before that under our previous governments have inked peace agreements with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and with the Moro National Liberation Front. But it was also President Duterte who used his populist appeal to endorse the democratic processes of legitimizing the peace agreement with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. It was under his watch in the second year of his presidency that we were finally able to effect the referendum to create the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government, something which the prior administration of President Ninoy Aquino III failed to do. So again, that's a plus. The previous administration under President Aquino was unable to advance the peace process. But under the enactment of the Bangsamoro Basic Law was made possible under President Duterte previously. So he was able to overcome the elitist prejudice Congress against our Muslim brothers in the South to be able to pass the Bangsamoro Basic Law in Congress. He garnered the support from congressional allies to get the Bangsamoro Organic Law passed and have the referendum completed, successfully concluded in January 2019. So whereas President Duterte may be unpopular or may appear ruthless in defiance of rule of law in other areas, for instance, the war on drugs, but at least when it comes to the peace process, he was able to move things forward. So we have a president who uses his populist appeals for rather contrary cases. So in war on drugs, he's very, very ruthless and ineffective. But in terms of advancing the peace process with the MILF and armed groups in the South, he was quite successful. So at least that's in my assessment. Thank you so much.
The next center is Mr. Silas Emovwodo from Nigeria, and the CV is on the screen. And currently, he's as the Master Art and Department Media and Communication in Erlangga University, Indonesia. Time is yours for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Good morning from Surabaya, Indonesia. And a very warm welcome to all the participants. And I also want to say big thank you and regards to all the earlier presenters, all the professors and the co-presenters. It's good to have everyone here. And I hope that in the few minutes that I have, we all can go through this topic together, Sustainable Development Goals 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions, Perspectives from Nigeria. So let's see how we're doing SDGs, especially the SDG 16 in Nigeria. Please, the next slide. Next slide. Okay, so this is the content. Next slide. Next. Okay. All right. Let's start with the country profile of Nigeria. So, for starters, it's important to know that Nigeria is a federal republic with 30 and a federal capital territory. Nigeria has 774 local government areas and we have some 9,572 political words. Nigeria is located in Western Africa, as you can see on the diagram to the left, and it has a total land area of 923,768 square kilometers. Nigeria shares boundaries with some countries. The Republic of Niger, to add to the northeast, Cameroon in the east and southeast, and the Benin Republic in the west, and the Gulf of Guinea in the south. Nigeria's population is estimated to be around 200, and it is the most populous country in Africa, including the entire Black race. So Nigeria is a multi-ethnic society with over 250 ethnic groups, and more than 500 different languages and dialects are spoken. But the official language of Nigeria is English. And then we have a local variety that we call Pidgin English. Pidgin English is spoken not only in Nigeria, but across Africa, spoken across West Africa. And historically, Nigeria experienced decades of military rule that led to gross underdevelopment and also rendered the race to the SDGs, a bit slanted. So the country has also had an uninterrupted presidential democracy since 1999, and with 6 rounds of general elections. So it is this more democratic environment that has made Nigeria's race towards the SDGs, to be much more visible, as it were. So let's go to the next slide, please. This background is important so that we can understand the context, of Nigeria, and sometimes we say see how sometimes the situation can be a bit complex, but the complexity notwithstanding, there are some things that the Nigerian government has put in place to ensure that the SDG is working. So in Nigeria, we have what we call SDGs the Nigerian way. Okay, it's more or less a way of domesticating the SDGs so that it and implement it. So the Nigerian roadmap to the SDGs focuses on 6 thematic areas. There are 6 areas that the SDGs focuses on in Nigeria: policies, data management, institutions, partnerships, communications, and finance. So when it comes to the implementation of the SDGs in Nigeria, the government has outlined 3 phases with 3 specific phases based on the specific needs of each zone in the country. Remember, Nigeria has a very large population. The terrain, the terrain is also, quite different from one area to the other. So Nigeria, what the government is trying to do, has been trying to do so far, is to ensure that we're able to implement the SDGs in a way that everyone, regardless of their zones, it's they're able to carry out these SDGs and they're not left behind. So the 3 phases, 2016 to 2020. By the way, let me say this, that in the year 2015, when the MDGs were transitioned into SDGs, the president of Nigeria, in person of President Muhammadu Buhari, was one of the world leaders who pushed for or called for the MDGs, to be transitioned into SDGs, because he believed that we needed that the SDGs would be able to. Okay, I here. My internet is lagging a bit. Sorry, let's see if I can fix that. The president believed that with the SDGs, we'll be able to achieve development at a faster pace. So, during that meeting at the United Nations meeting in 2015, he was one of the world leaders who pushed for the MDGs to be, to be the SDGs and for countries to continue in that line.
Okay, so how are your internet now?
Okay. Hello. I hope it's better now.
Yes, we can hear your voice.
All right. Thank you. So the three phases of the SDGs in Nigeria is from 2000 and can I have can you please go back one page?
Yes, this line.
Yes, one back.
Backward again? Or this?
I mean, can you take it back this slide back? Okay, thank you. So the first phase, I was trying to explain the three phases. From 2016 up until this year, we're building on existing foundations, that is from the MDGs to SDGs. So this is like the foundation stage for us. And then from the end of this year up until 2026, we'll be focusing on scaling up and implementing the SDGs fully in Nigeria. And then from 2026 to 2030, we're going to be consolidating and then putting final touches, to the SDGs implementation. Okay, next slide. All right.
Okay.
So the question arises about how serious is Nigeria about the SDGs? Okay. Well, to show that Nigeria is serious about the SDGs, one of the things that the government did was to complete a data mapping across the 17 SDGs. The 17 SDGs, the 169 targets, and the 232 indicators. So we have a data mapping that the government instituted. We have the government also have what is called the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, and that office collaborated with the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Development Fund population to publish the Nigerian SDGs indicators baseline. And then we also have a baseline report, a benchmark of statistical information. All of these things were done by the government between 2016, between 2015 and 2017. So, and of course, the government also went ahead to present the SDGs National Voluntary Review in 2017 and also in 2020. So, what is the unique thing or the unique way that Nigeria is going about implementing the SDGs? Is that the government, this present government of the President Buhari, since 2015, has gone a step ahead by integrating the SDGs into the National Development Plan. So what the government has done is that they have integrated the 3 dimensions of the SDGs, that is the economic dimension, the social dimension, the environmental dimension, into what is known as the National Economic Recovery and Growth Plan. Okay, and that is it's a medium-term plan that is going to last between 2017 and 2020. So this year, at the end of this year, they'll have to review and come up with a new plan for 2021 going forward. Another thing that Nigeria has done to integrate and to domesticate the SDGs is that all the 36 states and the FCT, they are all replicating the same organizational and institutional structure. So before now, we didn't have a special office created for the SDGs. So now the government has created that office, which is known as the Office of the Senior Special Advisor to the President on SDGs. And also the federating states are doing the same thing. Okay, also states are putting the SDGs in their, what is called their state development plans. And at the moment, Nigeria is implementing the first phase, that is the 2016 to 2020, building on existing foundations of the MDGs. Okay, the next slide, please. Right, next. So now we're going to see the implementation indicators and targets. So what we have here, because some of the indicators, you see here that conflict-related deaths, per 100,000 population. In 2015, it was about 10, and the benchmark for this year is to reduce it from, 10 deaths per 100,000 to 6.65. Okay, but even at that, if we succeed in reducing it from 10 to 6.65, we still fall short of the SDGs 2030 targets. Okay, but hopefully, if we're able to achieve this by the end of this year, then a new goal will be set for 2020. That is for the next phase of this thing. Then, when you check the unsentenced detainees and percentage of overall prison population, actually, there was a large. We had, 72.5% of those in prison who were not charged to court. And that is why we've had a problem with congestion of the prisons. Many people in prisons not being charged, So the plan or the goal is that by the end of this year, 2020, it will reduce from 72.5 to 48.35%. The same thing goes for the percentage of seized small arms and light weapons that were recorded. 39% was recorded in 2015, and the plan is, and the goal is that by the end of the year 2020, it will be reduced. The indicator here is the percentage of who are under 5 and who have been properly registered. So as of 2015, we had only 16% registered, and by the end of this year, we're hoping to have 44% of children under 5 properly registered and documented. Next. Right. So you'll see that here is just an explanation of the table, and the second one, the one on the number of detainees awaiting trial, relative to total prison population, is really high over time. The trend, which drastically dropped from 71.44% in 2011 to 68.92% in 2013, however, rose again to 69.377% in 2014, and then to 72.53. So there is a lot of work that still needs to be done when it comes to congestion of the prisons and all of that. But the government seems to be working towards that. At least we have the figures. Next.
This slide.
Okay. Now, what are some of the federal policy and program drivers towards achieving the SDG 16 in particular? Talking about peace, justice, and strong institutions. Practical steps that the government has taken since 2015 when the SDGs launched. One of it is called the Amnesty Program and the Niger Delta Development Commission in the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria, or the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, is the oil-rich region. You know, Nigeria's economy depends largely on oil, crude oil. And it is from this region that we get the oil that Nigeria sells. But over a period of time, the people in this region have been neglected. Even though the country was making a whole lot of revenues, the people in this region, you know, were really poor. They didn't get any benefit. And so the youths began to take up arms. There was a lot of, you know, unrest. There was a lot of course, once you have unrest, there is no peace. And that is what SDG 16 talks about. So one of the things that the government did was to institute an amnesty program, okay? And then also they started the Niger Delta Development Commission. And as a result of this amnesty program, peace has gradually returned to the Niger Delta. And what that has translated into is that there's been significant reduction in vandalism, because in the past, oil lines were being plundered by the youths. So the government was running at a loss because it couldn't meet its daily quota of, you know, barrels of oil that it should produce. But with the institution of the amnesty program, oil vandalism has reduced, destruction of oil facilities has reduced, and Nigeria has seen increased daily oil outputs. Okay. The second one is the war against corruption, anti-corruption. When the Buhari government came in, they instituted one of the policies that is known as the whistleblower policy. Okay. The whistleblower policy, what it does is that it allows people, individuals, okay, if I am working in an institution and I notice that corruption is going on, I can lodge a report. And you know what that policy stipulates is that I would be able to, my identity will be concealed, and then my complaint will be looked into. So as a result of this whistleblower policy, as at 2018, because it was implemented in 2015, and by 2018, Nigeria had recovered 7.8 billion naira. Okay, Nigeria had gone on to recover 378 million US dollars, and also recovered 27,800 pounds, you know, as at October of 2018. So what this whistleblower policy did is that it encouraged people, and as at 2018, there were over 1,000 reports, which is one of the things that was not there before, because people were scared to speak out, you know, and report corrupt practices. So as at 2018, you can see the figures. There were over 1,000 tips from whistleblowers. There were 41 cases that were referred to law enforcement agencies. And as of 2018, 4 convictions had been made, as well as 12 ongoing prosecutions as of 2018. So all of that this is one of the areas that Nigeria has really benefited from. Also, there's been the recovery of stolen assets. Okay, this is one of the benefits, you know, or one of the areas that Nigeria has gained in its war against corruption, such that Nigeria has been recognized as one of the major returns in the recent history. There was the return of 321 million US dollars that a former head of states, military head of states, Sani Abacha, was refunded or returned to the country from Switzerland. And this is one of the things that even Nigeria put up a resolution for at the United Nations in 2018 to allow for unconditional refund of looted funds to their country of origin. And then one other thing one other area that in the government, Nigerian government, is making progress with SDG 16 is partnership with security agencies in allied countries. You know, Boko Haram has been a major what is it called? A major problem, threats to security in the excuse me, in the northeastern part of Nigeria. And because that part of Nigeria, remember in the background, I told you Nigeria is bordered by Niger, it's bordered by Cameroon. So these regions have seen Boko Haram groups also become splinter groups. We have Boko Haram group, we have ISWAP, that is the Islamic State of West Africa. And these groups have been, you know, being a threat to peace in that region. But one of the things that the Nigerian government has done is that it has entered into partnership with the military of Niger, of Cameroon, and today that's multinational joint task force fighting terrorism comprises of around 10,000 uniformed elements. So troops contributing countries are Cameroon, Chad, Niger, and Nigeria. Also, we have contributions from Benin Republic. So these are some areas, you know, that the government is making concerted efforts to ensure that it achieves the Sustainable Development Goal 16 so that there can be sustainability across board. Right, next slide, please.
The slide of conclusion. Yes.
Oh, yes. All right. So the implementation of the MDGs in Africa and Nigeria in particular, it remains an unfinished business, okay? And it needs to be taken forward with the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And in light of all this, Nigeria understands that peace, justice, and strong institutions underpins the entire 2030 agenda. Okay, if we're going to see the other 16 agendas out of the 17 agendas realized by 2030, we need to have peace, we need to have justice, we need to have strong institutions. And this will determine the success of the entire agenda as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silas, for the presentation and give us the perspective how Nigeria government developed the SDGs into 3 phases from 2016, 2020, and 2026. Okay, then the 2 questions for you on the slide. What are the solutions to resolve inequality problems in Nigeria, and what are the obstacles in
All right.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the questions. Well, inequality is a big problem, not just in Nigeria, but across the world. Inequality gap seems to be widening, you know, even though efforts have been made to ensure that these gaps are closed. But with respect to Nigeria, what are solutions? Some of the solutions, based on some studies that have been done in the past by the government, by you know, different organizations. One of the things that has come to the fore, come out clearly, is the fact that Nigeria sound policies that will empower, you know, people and promote economic inclusion for all. So policies definitely need to be put in place, sound economic policies. And one of the things that Nigeria needs to do to resolve the problem of inequality is to address physical infrastructure gaps, okay, especially road and rail networks. All right. One of the things that is still lacking in Nigeria is poor infrastructure. We still have an infrastructure gap, especially with road networks, you know, because of the size of the country, because of the population. So it seems what we have at the moment is that we have more people than the infrastructure we have at the moment. So there is need to invest more in infrastructure, especially road and rail networks. Now, I'll give you an example of this. Do you know that in Nigeria, 25% of agricultural products from the farm, 25% of agricultural products from the farm gets bad on the road before it gets to the markets and then finally to the consumers. Now, agriculture is the largest non-oil sector that contributes to the gross domestic profit of Nigeria. After oil, the next sector that is generating the most income for Nigeria is the agricultural sector. But this agricultural sector is still a far cry because, many factors. There is still farming, agriculture is still poorly, It's still being done manually. And if we're doing manual agriculture, that is not enough to feed, the population. And then on top of that, we have poor road and rail networks. So farmers cannot send their produce. So sometimes you would have a situation where a farmer in the rural area cannot get his products, his fresh produce from the farm to the market, until some 3-4 days after. And the problem is the natural elements and the weather will affect those products. So they get damaged. So by the time that woman who depends on it, she cannot or he cannot, is running at a loss. So that is one of the things that Nigeria needs to improve on to resolve inequality. The second thing that Nigeria needs to improve on to resolve inequality will be to work on the economy, because a large chunk of the economy is still informal. Okay, and when we talk of an informal economy, what it means is that many jobs, as it were, are not considered formal means of employment. So, for instance, a good example is the creative industries in Nigeria. Nigeria has, when it comes to entertainment, Nigerian movie known as Nollywood, Nigerian music, is top in Africa. But even at that, it is still, largely semi-formal, because only a percentage or a portion of that industry is seen as formal. So that means that a huge chunk or a huge percentage of people involved in the creative industries are working in an informal sector. And because they're working in an informal sector, the government itself is running at a loss, because now these people cannot pay taxes. These people, it's just like a chain reaction kind of thing. They cannot pay taxes. And also, the people cannot access funds. So if they need funds, they need grants to scale their businesses. They need loans. They cannot access it because their businesses are not formal. So these are some of the things that are, contributing to inequality. But if these things are looked into, backed up with proper, clear policies, that is inclusive, then we're going to be closing the inequality gap. I'll quickly move on to the second question. What are some obstacles to achieving the SDGs in Nigeria? Let me see, about two things I believe, and also scholars, especially scholars who are working on SDGs in Nigeria, believe to be dangers, or hindrances to achieving this. Number one is financing. There was a study done that estimated that in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals annually, that we need $66 billion on a yearly basis to provide social safety nets to eradicate extreme poverty. This is globally, not just in Nigeria, but globally. $66 billion just to deal with extreme poverty. Then we need another $7 trillion to improve infrastructure globally. And infrastructure talks of water, agriculture, transport, and power. So if at the global level we need, because the SDG is an ambitious plan, okay? So if at the global level we need this amount of money, the challenge is this. All the internationally at the international level, developed nations, nations we call developed nations like the United States, like France, European Union countries and all of that, they, according to one of their pledges internationally, they are supposed to be allocating 0.7% of their gross national income to support international aid. But the study discovered that in the last 40 years, none of the developed nations has met this goal. They have not been allocating 0.7% of their gross national income to support international aid. And because programs like the SDG relies a lot on funding from international community, from donors, from this and that, definitely it's impacting. Nigeria, and as an example of an emerging market, is facing a recession with the pandemic, with the COVID-19 pandemic. Oil prices have dropped, and because we depend so much on oil, it's affecting our income as a nation. So definitely, we would need, whether we like it or not, there has to be some sort of support from the international to fund the SDGs. So if the SDG itself is, experiencing this shortage, as it were, then, this could be an obstacle. But hopefully, private organizations and private businesses would come in as partners. If they can come in as development partners, and then governments of different nations, of Nigeria as well, and at different levels, incentivize private investment so that they can work together as development partners. It will help us to achieve SDGs. Then the second thing that I believe can be an obstacle to achieving the SDGs in Nigeria, I would say, is migration. So one might ask, how can migration affect? Nigeria is the most populous African nation and the most popular black race, as it were, in the world. And almost 50% of Nigeria's population is below 30 years. That is, a huge chunk of Nigeria's population are youths. If the government fails to properly absorb and properly engage its youths, they would want to find, greener pastures, and they will want to move to different countries. The danger of this is that youths are the vanguard of transformation. Youths are the ones who should be championing the SDGs. If youths begin to migrate because they are looking for better opportunities, because they are looking for greener pastures in other countries, they are going to be taking those energies and channeling them in those other places they go to. And then what happens is the nation will suffer from a deficit of young people, of youths who have the energy, who have the creative abilities to ensure that the SDGs are implemented in the country. So these are areas that the government definitely needs to work on, and not just alone, but also work with development partners, with the international community, to ensure that these areas are looked into, and then SDGs can be fully actualized in Nigeria. Thank you.
And we welcome the next presenter, Dr. Zubair from New Delhi. And the next presenter will be Ms. Mysan Viktoriia from Ukraine. Professor Zubair, are you there?
Yes. Thank you so much, the organizer, especially Professor Rina, for her warm welcome and for this event altogether. My topic is very one of the core area for the goal 16. So can we move to the slides, please? Yes, thank you so much. My topic is health rights, global and health diplomacy as a social justice in this pandemic phase. So coming up with the first perspective, which is important altogether for all of us, as to how do we understand this global right basically. So when we discuss about this global right, we know the current situation, that is the COVID-19 situation, has actually created a fissure in the multilateralism also. But India being one of the emerging economy country, and there are other different countries in the South Asian countries also who are trying their best to revive the multilateralism also. And in that perspective, considering the goal of sustain also, global health seems to be very important in nature also. So if you say the global health is basically something which creates, which talks about certain research, certain studies, certain practices, where a call of action can be made to improve the global health also. Initially, when the health issues has been discussed in the 2002 or in 2003, there have been discussion regarding the classification of health in three parts. One is the public health, second one is the international health, and the third one is the global health also. Global health is another very important area which does not cover only about the international perspective or the local domestic health also, but it is a perspective which can transcend the boundary altogether also. So in a way, its definition seems to be very important in nature also, that how cooperative actions seems to be very important there also. Nowadays in COVID-19 situation, we know that the protectionism seems to be one of the more important area, that every country is looking for the to fulfill their nationalist objective also. And in a way, they are working in their economic sector, they are working in their health sector also. But global health is, and this diplomacy seems to be very important in nature also. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is about the introduction of global health, where I have discussed that how a research area, how the health practices may play a very important role in the long run also. Now, considering the same situation also, there have been certain challenges to the global health also. Now, come you next slide, please. Next slide. Now, there have been certain prioritization of goals over the period of time also, because you see, whenever we do a very holistic perspective of study on this perspective also, we find out that there are certain challenges to the healthcare also. For example, there is one perspective, we call it inverse healthcare also. Now, this inverse healthcare is basically where the priority is usually given to the rich people also, where healthcare facility is more accessible to the rich people also, instead of the poor people also. Second area is a major challenge altogether in the case of global health also, when you see that is about improvising healthcare also. We find out that there have been many social stratification in our society also. And considering the same situation in our country, where we have rural areas, we have the semi-urban areas, and we have the urban areas also. So in those social stratifications also, in this the healthcare system also matters also. And that is why the third factor or the third challenge we're talking about, that is fragmented issues also. So this fragmented healthcare seems to be a major area also, where we do not able to decide how to tackle those situations with regard to specific issues and the general health status also. So again, the situation may be needed altogether to create a database for the health situation altogether, and for which our country, and in fact most of the countries, do not have, those countries who are overly populated also. There is another very important challenge we come across about global health, that is about the funding allocation also. We found out there have been dictation of the foreign bodies, which seems to be very important in nature also. WHO plays a very important role over the period of time, but after the Ebola experience, we came to know that there have been certain concentration of wealth altogether with regard to the sending the money to those countries also. So in those regards, the foreign bodies seems to play a very important role also, and that's how it is very difficult to connect with the local needs altogether also. In our Constitution of India, it's clearly mentioned that whatever limited resources we have altogether in our society, in our country also, there has to be done, there has to be subserved for the common good principle also. But the real question comes for any country, any emerging developing country, whether the common good principle is can be a realistic objective also, considering the number of health inequities we face in our daily life also, number of disease we face in our life also. Sometimes there have been certain cases now in COVID-19, we have realized that there have been certain cases which are asymptomatic in nature also. So in those perspective, basically, the limited resource has a very narrow dimensions altogether also. Another major challenge is with regard to corruption also and the uncoordinated effects also. So this is something which we have learned from the Ebola also, and WHO in their program have mentioned about this factor also. But why the question comes, why there was a need to discuss about this global health perspective also? Since we already said that there are two classifications, that is the public health and the international health also. But somehow this global health may play a very important also. So keeping in mind these perspectives which I've mentioned, that is about moral duty, public diplomacy and investment in self-protection is too important. What do you mean by self-protection? So over the period of time, I'm going to discuss that how these three points plays a very important role from the ethical goal point of view, from a medical diplomacy point of view, or from the self-care model which every country is looking forward in the next 10 years and next 20 years also. Maybe the next MDG also is looking forward altogether. So that is why the interest is very much important in that regard, how this global justice seems to play important. Can you move to the next slide, please? Now, how this concept of social justice fit into this global justice also? We faced number of issues altogether. As I said in the previous slide, that there have been certain challenges altogether. And if you see whatever challenges we face with regard to corruption and uncoordinated efforts also, there have been certain issues with regard to injustice and oppression also, where we do not able to prioritize our needs altogether. So in that case, it seems to be very important nature to revive multilateralism also and the health diplomacy also. Now, why there was a need to revive altogether? Because when we see from the learning from the Ebola experience, it is very narrow approach altogether. Resources are very there also. But there are few things which you have learned from the Ebola perspective, that the leadership qualities and as well as the technical supports and the other logistic supports have increased altogether. People came to know about the public awareness, public health awareness education point of view also. And there have been discussion altogether there also. But considering the present scenario in the COVID-19, we realize this COVID-19 can also play a very major obstacle for in terms of food security also. So in those perspectives, basically this global health partnership is also very important. Why there is a need of global health partnership? Because global health is can be understood from an interdisciplinary approach altogether. In that regard, not only the partnership may be important, because today nowadays, if you see, as I said, that the foreign policy, the trade and the health, global health perspective may play a very important role in the diplomacy also. So in those cases, the health partnership may be important altogether. Not from the angle of cooperation with the states, but from the cooperations of all domestic stakeholders which exist in their respective countries. Maybe the NGOs, maybe the other government agencies which do not have a relation with the health issues also, but somehow they may play a very important role. For example, I'm going to discuss about Insurance Regulatory Development Authority also. There is a body in our country which discusses about health insurance policy. And there are a number of classifications which is made by the health insurance also, in which health insurance seems to be very important in nature. There are two kinds of insurance. One is health insurance, second is the mediclaim insurance. So nowadays, considering the objective of the WHO, this health insurance seems to play a very important role altogether. And that's how I am emphasizing about in my paper, that is about how and why there is a need of global health partnership also. And keeping in mind the same fourth point I have mentioned also. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is the old dimension, this is the existing dimension of the global health and what are the current challenges we face also. But you see, when we discuss about global health perspective, as I said, the first thing which is important is that is the regionalism point of view. That is the protectionism point of view also. So our country and every other country is working upon the same thing for the last many years, whenever the issues of LPG or whenever the issue of nationalization came also. So in that perspective also, right to health seems to be very important nature from an individual point of view also. So either you talk about Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which basically talks about the adequate standard of living in life also with the food and sanitation, or either we talk about the International Covenant of Economic and Social Cultural Rights, Article 7, 11 and 12, which talks about different dimensions of health, like physical health, like mental health, or the sanitation issues also. They may play a very important role also. We have seen number of cases also with regard to the health issues also where they have been discriminated also. In our country and in many other parts of the world also, we have seen that the issues of social stigma, the complaints of discrimination has increased altogether. So in those cases, the elimination of those discriminatory behaviors and those behavioral changes seems to be very important in nature. So I prefer to say that it may not be oriented towards the one sector also, but especially with regard to vulnerable section of societies or vulnerable persons like women, there these articles may play a very important role, especially Article 10 and Article 12 also. So in those situations, the health plays, the right to health seems to be very important in nature also. Of course, right to health gives certain freedom also, where you have freedom to deny any kind of non-consensual medical treatment also. But the freedom is also there against the exploitation also. Any kind of social exploitation, any kind of economic exploitation also. I'm going to discuss how the economic exploitation seems to be a very major concern against the right to health, and even again the case of public health in any state also. So in that regard, I have discussed also that the background of right to health, that how right to health has been imbibed, has been subject matter of discussions and discourse at various platforms over the last 50 to 60 years also. Can we move to the next slide, please? The next point, can we move to, yes, thank you. So next point is the Indian perspective also. Now, specifically, there is no explicit provision which defines about the right to health also. But we have two articles basically which talks about the major perspective, the holistic perspective right also. One is Article 15, which talks about prohibition of discrimination also. So in that regard, whether a person of whatever financial status he has, he is living in an urban area, rural area, or semi-urban area also, depending on his financial stratification also, he must not be prohibited also based upon his caste, religion, race, creed also. So in that regard, the health services is meant for all altogether. And that is the larger perspective of this Article 15 altogether. In the same way, Article 21 is also important. Protection of life and personal liberty also. We know that right to life is a concept. In wherever country this has been established, it also included right to have life with human dignity also. So this human dignity perspective is a very comprehensive perspective also. So in that case, the right to this right to health also fits into this right to human dignity also, where the better health services can be accessible to everyone also, so that we don't have to face the issues of inverse care, which I have referred earlier also, that a priority has been given to the rich people instead of poor people altogether. So that is the perspective why our background, Indian Constitution, have referred about this perspective also. There have been number of Supreme Court cases also which discuss about medical negligence, which discuss about right to health specifically also. And there they have discussed also that how these two articles plays a very important role in discussing and expanding the dimensions of primary healthcare, secondary healthcare, and the tertiary healthcare also. If you note, remember also the Alma Ata Declaration of 1978, which was introduced way back in 1978, as I said, there have been around 134 countries which ratified that signature. India is also one of them, which specifically their specific main target is to achieve the universal primary health care for everyone. Now, the major challenge we face right now in the year 2015 altogether, previously when they had been discussion on MDG, so we came across that whether the goal has been attained through this Alma Ata Declaration, answer is no. So in those perspective, basically, that right to health perspective is basically that we need to attain at least the primary health care also. That may be important in the year 1978 or maybe the early period of 2000, but what about the year 2020? That seems to be a very interesting question, which I'm going to discuss further in my other slides as well also. Can we move to the next slide, please? Now, these are another chapter, a very important and significant chapter in our Constitution of India that talks about the directive principles of state policy. That is the obligation of state also. So in which one of the most important obligation is Article 47, that is the level of nutrition, standard of living, and public health policy, or which is important also. So in that thing also, whatever the law we need to bring the change under the Public Procurement Act, or whatever the law you need to bring the change with regard to the level of nutrition also, that seems to be very important in nature also. We have number of cases which have received regard to food adulteration or with regard to other issues also. So there, in those cases, the state has passed the legislation also to maintain that public health policy also. because right to have access to quality food is also seems to be very important also. And that is why Article 47 seems to be very important. In the same way, Article 39 is also seems to be very important also. The physical and the mental health of the workers, including the children also. We have plethora of legislations come under the labor law also. But right now, in the last 1 year, there have been discussion altogether to combine the whole legislation of labor law into a labor code also, where the social rights and the economic rights of the workers can be included altogether. And of course, their dimensions can be subject matter of interpretation also. In the same way, the health and the strength of workers seems to be very important in nature also. Whether they are working in any factory, whether they are working in any other industry, dealing with the hazardous or dealing with the non-hazardous substance also. So in those cases, Article 39 seems to be very important in nature, so that we can have explicit provisions in the specific legislations with regard to health and the strength of the workers also. In the same way, certain regulations may also be required for the persons who belong to the vulnerable section of society also. So in those cases, with regard to age, with regard to old age employment, there seems to be very important. I am being a faculty member in our department and being one of the coordinator for the Legal Aid Society. I'm working all together in that regard, that how DLSA, that is the District Legal Service Authority or the State Legal Service Authority, can provide pro bono services or pro bono legal assistance to those vulnerable section of societies also. So if I remind myself how I acted along with my students, Article 41 seems to be very important in nature also. Of course, the state or the other state agencies, they may play a very important role in that regard also. Again, with regard to the women and the works condition also, Article 42, though it is very specific, but it is a very major of concern how health perspective, the maternity benefit related health perspective seems to be very important in nature also. So that is the background of the state obligations, which is mentioned in our Indian Constitution also. Move to the further side, please. Now, this is after reading the Constitution perspective also, and after reading the state obligation also, we have to understand that how health come as a human right perspective also. Now, as a fundamental right, it may be right, but when you're talking about human rights perspective, there are many more things which may seem to be very important in nature also. So if you see the first point which I've mentioned, that right to food, right to healthy environment, right to educated housing, there seems to be very important, not directly related, but somehow there seems to be very relevant in any context, in any time phase also. But in the same point, these are the four factors which plays a very important role. That is availability, accessibility, and acceptability, and equality also. When he talks about availability, basically also, it basically talks about the health detriments also. That what about the health detriments which seems to be important? Maybe the sanitation, maybe the food, there maybe housing also, there seems to be very important in nature also. All the trained personals, the health workers, their skill seems to be very concerned in nature also. And that is why, considering the most important objective, that is the objective to attain the standard of health, availability seems to be important in nature. When it talks about accessibility also, this is another very important area also. An area of concern which talks about non-discrimination, an area of concern which talks about confidentiality also. Confidentiality with respect to the medical treatment which a particular patient related to health issues, maybe the physical, maybe the mental health issues, they are covering also. So in those cases, confidentiality seems to be very important in nature. And there have been many sections of many persons who may come, many sections who may come under the vulnerable group also, which usually may not come in the directive principles of the state policy also. So in those cases, the accessibility seems to be very important in nature also. Third one is the acceptability also. Now, there are certain medical ethics issues which seems to be very important in nature also. There are certain cultural appropriation which seems to be very important in nature also. They should be part of this acceptability perspective also. And the fourth and the most important one, that is the quality also. Now, with regard to quality also, sustainable development goals seems to be very important in nature also. That how scientifically or medically appropriate things may play a very important role also. What kind of procedure which has been adopted by the medical person in that perspective also. So considering that these four variables actually plays a very important role altogether. And whatever problems which face altogether, whatever the problems there faced by the affected groups, we have realized that the public influence seems to be very important in nature also. And when the individual claim those rights also, as a policy of matter, as a policy maker, they need to bring those changes. They need to bring those changes in the laws and legislations also, so that their grievances can be addressed. So that's how the health from a human right perspective can be understood also. Can we move to the next slide, please? Next, we have discussed this one. Can we next slide, please? The next point, which is start to the present existing fact, which took place for last year also, where India and many neighboring countries have tried their attempted the best to revive this SARC also. So this South Asian Association of Regional Cooperation, we have discussed the health issue, one of the major area also, and where we have decided to create an emergency fund from the also. Many country contributors also, India also contributed a number of issues all there also. So in that case, when this COVID fund, which is there also, it actually revives the multilateralism also. It actually helps in boosting the main objective of WHO, that is the global health perspective also. I'm coming to the WHO program, that how World Health Organization plays a very important role in that regard. But at the same time, there have been certain challenges also. Challenges with regard to the implementation, execution of those funds also. How it can be executed from this national level to the central, to the state level, and then to the regional level also. So in that perspective, there is no clarity as such, for which we need to bring a specific standard operating procedure also. That how the expenditure which has been devised, which has been discussed at a very international platform, there in those cases can be implemented also. But interestingly, there is one important point which has not been discussed altogether in the SARC, this meeting also, or even in the BIMSEC as well also, that how this insurance policy may play a very important role. Now, why this is relevant, that seems to be a very interesting factor also. Now, considering the nature of the nature and the concerns of health perspective, insurance policy plays a very important role. And we know there have been number of global health risks, there have been number of public health risks which exist in our society also. In those cases, the risk pooling seems to be very important in nature also. So that is why I have given importance that the time is important, that it should be discussed at a very international level also. And even we do not have a regulation, we do not have an international convention which particularly deals with the health insurance policies also. Because now the situation is altogether changed, as many previous speakers have spoken and have raised the issues of health issues in the next 1 to 2 years also. So in those cases, the medical tourism and the other issues may face a major obstacle. That is why the risk pooling concept seems to be very important in nature, not only at the national level but at the global level also. So this seems to be a very important idea which I have mentioned in my one of the objective also. Can we move to the next slide, please? Now, what are the health diplomacy components also? Considering the types of the globalization, social globalization, and economic globalization also, that seems to be very important nature to understand this health diplomacy also. In our country, when this SARC has been constituted, by the time India have realized we have faced certain difficulties with China also with regard to FDI, many constraints with regard to border disputes. So we brought a change in the FDI policies and the same thing also. But apart from giving attention to the protectionism theory, that is your nationalism theory, when you're talking about self-reliant India, which is the new campaign for today's context also, diplomacy seems to be very important in nature also. So where we have realized that in our country there have been number of can say the protective PPE, protective personal equipments, which has been transferred as a matter of export-import to number of countries also. So in those cases, globalization seems to be very important in nature also. But the point which has come at that how this health diplomacy is related with global conflicts also. Now this seems to be a very important area of concern also, and it requires extensive research to understand that global health campaign can also bridge the disputed areas with regard to global conflicts also, and it can also bring peace altogether. And that is why the global conflicts and the domestic security seems to be very important in nature also. So whenever we face any hurdle and in the global politics also, health diplomacy is always a very important area also. There have been a number of complaints where we have received in the case of Ebola perspective. So there, in those cases, we face a very important role altogether. So something. So there, in that perspective, they play as a very important role. Can we move to the next slide, please? Sorry for the intervention. The health as a bridge to the as a bridge for the peace also. So in that regard, the public, as I already discussed, that this seems to be very important in nature also. That how number of strategies and practices seems to be very important in nature also. Can we move to the next slide? This issue has now been discussed by me. Next, universal health coverage. Now, this is the main point. This is the main sole target for every nation, every developing country, and every developed country nowadays. We've seen number of cases how this situation has plays a very important role altogether. Now, this universal health coverage, when you discuss the performer in any national country or even from the perspective of WHO, its main point is very clear. Their goal is very clear. That is to provide health services without any financial hardship to anyone also, irrespective of their financial position. That is the main goal of this universal health coverage also. And in that perspective, basically, one thing which we have realized altogether, that there have been number of challenges which face also. As I said, that is lack of global strategy. There have been no discussion, no coordination between number of countries at bilateral agreements or the multilateral agreements also. Risk pooling of community health services in many states also does not take place. And another very important area of concern in the case of health, this universal health coverage, that is about the healthcare cost also. Now, this healthcare cost seems to be a very important area of concern. We have received very interesting fact we came across in our country, and in fact in many countries. Whenever this issue has came out altogether, there have been no. Then we received even the mask or the hand gloves. They have been put in the sale in the market at a very high price also. So Indian competition law or any competition law of any different country actually plays a very important role. But at the same time, that antitrust or our body and the competition law may not play those kind of attentive role in the any kind of pandemic period also. And that is why it also results into low standard of services and of course lack of access to proper medicine also. So that is why that reminds us that there should be three important pillars for the universal health this coverage also, and which every country including India will look forward also. In that regard, the one point which is important, that is the joint vision for the healthy lives. Second one is the service delivery system mechanism needs to be created. And the third one is the financing purpose also. The global health governance plays a very important role. And as I said, that it does not only depend upon supranationalism, but it also depends upon the transformation which you need to bring under the domestic administration across the border also. So in that perspective also, this universal health coverage seems to be very important in nature also. Move to the next slide, please. Can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Now, this is another area of the area which I'm trying to concern, that what kind of healthcare mechanism we need to introduce in our country or in any other country also. Now, there is a jurisprudence which we need to look for also. Considering the objective of the social justice, one of the important tool of the SDG also. These are the models which has been adopted by a few countries also. But the point is whether these models can actually work. Hello?
Okay. Yeah, now we are connected again.
Okay, thank you. So yes, I'm discussing about this issue. The main issue is about that how this model may play very important also. So the first model is beverage model also. Now this beverage model is basically those kind of model basically where the healthcare can be provided and financed by the government of India through the tax payment also. So in those cases, the public don't have to pay from their own pocket, and there will not be any medical bills also. But again, this is something seems to be very important area for those countries who have already adopted universal health coverage also. It may not be implemented in those countries which is hugely or overly populated or facing number of other challenges, social and economic changes also. So this seems to be model does not fit to situation. Coming to the next model, which is again a very comprehensive and nowadays very in the demand altogether. That is about BIM-SARC also. Now this BIM-SARC model is again a very important area also, where the providers and the payers are private in nature also. So this BIM-SARC model is actually those kind of model which promotes private insurance policies in the same also. But again, in those cases, they actually finance jointly also with different mechanisms also. So in these cases, actually, there is a tight medical services which is applicable also, and it is compulsory upon every other person to take to have the health insurance also. Now, again, this is another very area of interest which needs to see the whether BIMSARC model, this Bismarck model, can be applicable in all to every other persons in every other country also. Again, also, because every other person cannot afford to go with this Bismarck model as well also. Third one is the private insurance model also. There have been bodies who are looking for the private insurance model as well also. Not technically from the health insurance, but from the health business point of view also. So in those cases, the private insurance model is also applicable only to a selective peer group also. And the fourth one is the entrepreneurship model of healthcare principles also. In today's modern world, we have faced number of access of technology also, where there have been discussion upon artificial intelligence and other issues also. I read one I have heard one of the presentation a few years back, how artificial intelligence can be useful for imparting awareness about the public health mechanism also. So it's a very important area where legal startup or in the incubation centers, which has been established at the law school, they may create, or with the help of the legal service authority, they may work upon this entrepreneurship model also on the healthcare system also. So it's a very emerging area which seems to be important also. Risk pooling community health system, which already discussed that how risk pooling may be important in nature also. This is a pandemic situation. It's a kind of collateral damage also. So every other insurance company cannot afford to provide their services, their insurance services to all the insured persons also. So in those cases, the risk pooling seems to be very important in nature also. That elements, certain substantial calculated amount can be given to person so that the person can survive also. The medical aid insurance also seems to be very important in nature also. For the purpose of facility also, reimbursement process seems to be very important in nature also. Considering the kind of healthcare system which we in our country, which we are facing also in the rural area and the semi-urban area, medical aid insurance seems to be very important in nature. Though there is a body that is, as I said, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority, have played a very important role in creating the structure for the medical claim insurance. But all those things are in the form of notification. Now there is a need to create a regulation with regard to this medical claim insurance policy also. And the fourth point, which is the last point, that is the most important point. As I discussed earlier, that is Alma Ata Declaration 1978, only their sole target is to attain primary goal of healthcare system. Now the time is changed. That period is 1970. Now the period 2020 also. We now, in most of the countries also, where number of diseases which we are the person are actually suffering also, and for which we do not have appropriate medicine also. So the time has come to imbibe and to make it that every country, every ratifying country must look for not only for the primary goal, but for the secondary as well as the tertiary healthcare also. So that they can bring the changes, they can introduce a law with regard to National Health Care Act also, or even if there is existing law in their respective country, they work upon these three models together also. Is altogether change also because of the cost factor, because of the social factors, and because of the other socio-economic factors which seems to be important in nature. Can we move to the next slide, please? WHO program on the global health diplomacy. Now, this is another very important area of concern, which seems to be very important. That how WHO plays an important role. Considering the elements which has been used in the WHO, the preamble of the constitution of WHO also, there it has been discussion about the attainment of the standard of living also, and how health services seems to be important in nature also. So in those cases, health diplomacy seems to be very important. And in the constitution of WHO, one seems to be very important in nature also, where they've clearly mentioned that all the stakeholders, all the states must adopt certain regulations with regard to have a standard diagnostic procedure, with regard to the standard procedure with regard to safety and the other medicine, access of medicine also. So in that regulation seems to be very important in nature also. And in those perspective, Article 21 of the Constitution of WHO, health diplomacy seems to be very important in nature also. That how the negotiation seems to be a very important factor for the health services also. So can we move to the next slide, please? Now, this is the area which I've discussed also, that how the speedy clearance seems to be very important in nature also. So India took the advantage of medical diplomacy in that area. So not from the social justice from the Indian perspective, but from the global justice perspective altogether, where medical diplomacy seems to be very important in nature also. So in that case, it seems to be very important in nature altogether. Can we move to the next slide, please? So online trade, now this is another very interesting fact which have came across altogether. But number of challenges we face when this pandemic era has been introduced. So we have realized altogether that online training introduced for the all those COVID-19 scenario also. Now in that case, it seems to be very important in nature altogether. What we have heard altogether in our country and from the domestic country also, the migration issue or the international migration or the migrant cases which exist in our country seems to be a major challenge also. And in fact, it affected the public health as well as the global health perspective also. So in those cases, the skilled health workers seems to play a very important role also. What kind of management strategies they can adopt based upon COVID-19 or what the lessons which you've learned from the Ebola experience also, or even the SARS in the year 2002, 2003, that seems to be very important in nature also. So that's why in those countries, in those situations, these factual positions may give a hint altogether how every country has to look forward towards the medical diplomacy, and that itself prove the significant goal of SDG also. Can we move to the next slide, please? Now, what are the key factors for the deliberation also? Now, this is something very important also. Whether health in diplomacy seems to be very important in nature also. Now, over the period of time, number of bodies, number of economic issues has been subject matter of discussion also with regard to diplomacy. But nowadays, when we study the health from the legal issues, especially in regard to interrelationship with the trade, with regard to the IPR, with regard to the modern technology like artificial intelligence and many other international disciplinary also, health in diplomacy seems to be very important in nature also. Now, every other country which may look for also in this diplomacy area also, there are certain risks and there are certain opportunities also. Risk with respect to the neoliberalism point of view also, because if you ask me from an international perspective also, that neoliberalism seems to play a very important, where there are certain risks which are inherent in nature altogether. So if the time has come to strengthen the health system in the same situation also, then only those risks which are inherent for the multilateralism can actually work also. So of course, this health diplomacy is actually a very major component for the health global health perspective. Can we move to the next slide, please? What are the suggestions which I like to make also? The first point which is my ways, that is to resuscitate the multilateralism, that is important, and the healthcare determinants should be included in the post, you can say, COVID-19 multilateralism also. There, that seems to be very important nature. So in those healthcare determinants has to be determined first also. That is seems to be very important nature also. Third factor is the economic health interstate cooperation. There, it is very much important there. In those situations, the scope of this health diplomacy seems to be important. Can we move to the last slide, please? Now, this is something very important, that how ethical goals of the community healthcare will be applicable also. So in those groups, again, where there has been discussion altogether about the quiet room, how we going to play a very important role also. So again, in those cases, this reliance or the traditional healers may seem to be very important in nature. In our country, we have the heritage literature as well as the culture for the reliance or the medicine also, and for which we have a body that is called as Traditional Knowledge Digital Library also. We have the connections with many patent bodies also, for which we enter into some kind of patents also. But we play a very important role nowadays to boost your immunity in this pandemic era, where the symptoms are not really clear for the COVID-19 or the future also. Then in those cases, the reliance on this traditional medicine seems to be very important in nature also. So that exists in every other South Asian countries, which is highly enriched with the biodiversity also. So if I consider the biodiversity law, or if I consider the objective of Convention of Biodiversity Act also, that clearly mention about that the main pharmaceutical products which has been introduced in the economic market, they come derived from the products based upon these traditional medicines. So the question, my answer will be, why those traditional medicines as a immunity also? In our country, we are facing complete reliance upon these traditional medicines also, where the time has changed to give the scope to other kind of the medical treatments, considering the risk factors also. So in that way, this community health services may play a very important role. Very much all the organizers for giving me opportunity to present also, and sorry for the intervention also.
Thank you, Prof. I would like to highlight it that you present health as bridge for the peace, as it is a basic human rights, and it should be fulfilled the four principles: availability, accessibility, acceptability, and quality. So you also have share us the comprehensive solution of health card system. There are two questions for you.
Yes.
How social justice to indigenous and marginalized people to India, and if there is no political will to implement law to achieve social justice, what approaches should we do to civil society? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the questions. Now, these seems to be very pertinent questions in the present era. The first question is, that is how to give social justice to the indigenous and the marginalized people in India also. We have number of legislations altogether with regard to deal with these issues also, where starting from the farmers' right also, if you talk about in Farmers Act, we have the rights with regard to protection of discrimination against the marginal people, the SC/ST groups also. So in those cases, those legislation seems to be very important in nature also. But how to give social justice, that seems to be important in nature also. So in that case, the state actually plays a very important role. The directive principle of state policy, which clearly says that you need to provide access to justice to these indigenous and marginalized groups also. Now, that state can only play a very important role when the individual is aware about their social rights and the economic rights also, for which people like us, that means people, teachers like us, or the law schools or the legal aid societies also, they may play a very important role in the collaboration with legal service authorities also. There have been number of forums, number of institutions which established, government institutions which established for the welfare of indigenous and marginalized people also. Number of ministries which has been established also. So there, the awareness campaign seems to play a very important role altogether, because you can have an access to justice when you know about your existing problem. Now, the real problem in our country altogether we face also, there can be a number of persons who either do not know about their rights, or even if they know they know about their rights, they do not know about their existing problems also. So to resolve that problem, basically the awareness seems to play a very important role also. Yes, access to justice can only be possible when you approach these authorities altogether, for which a holistic approach is very much required, and cooperation from the very much required there also. There is a certain need to bring certain legislations also with regard to indigenous and marginalized people also. We have received, there is a body called a National Crime Report Bureau, which are actually working upon number of crimes against the marginalized and the indigenous people also. So in that regard, this seems to be very important in nature, that what kind of strict legislation should be brought in those specific legislations, that may play very important also. From the corporate law point of view, which is very much important also, that nowadays we are talking about environment impact assessment. Now the time has come to discuss about impact assessment also, where public participation seems to be very important in the area. Whenever you bring any change in the policy, whenever you bring any change under the law with regard to indigenous and marginalized people. So the social impact assessment seems to be very important also, that how actually public opinion also. Public opinion actually plays a very important role. And at many occasions, Supreme Court of India have realized the importance of public opinion in that regard. Coming to the second question, the question which is very important question, that if there is no political will to implement law to achieve social justice, what approaches should we do as a civil society also? Now, they may play a very important role in. Now, the first thing which is important, that is the accountability and transparency also. We have received number of issues altogether, that many civil societies who are working willingly and fulfilling their complete social obligations to. But there are certain few civil societies who, over which the state government or the national government has taken action also. And there are two factors which seems to be very important here. One is the transparency, second is the accountability also. You can provide access to justice altogether with the help of the other stakeholders also, when you have a specific will to implement those things also. So in those cases, considering the objective of transparency and accountability also, civil societies may form their short-term goals and the long-term goals also to fulfill those objectives also. So in that case, the civil societies can actually look forward for the specific goals also. That, say, for the case of the vulnerable section of societies also. So any kind of case of vulnerable section of societies, we may have a law, we may not have a law also. But working on the same thing, there is a need to do an empirical research also to find out the existing prevailing problem in the society also. So that is the thing which is important, that how civil societies can actually work, not by talks through the webinars and conference also, but doing the work at the field also. Thank you very much.
So the next is Ms. Mysan Viktoriia from Ukraine. So she is the alumni of Dharma Siswa Scholarship Program of Republic Indonesia.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for invitation. As Bo Agustina mentioned, my name is Viktoriia. I'm from Ukraine and I'm alumni of Dharma Siswa program, that is governmental Indonesian scholarship. So to begin with, can you please open my presentation? Yes, thank you. Today here I will introduce to you the Sustainable Development Goal and specifically Goal 16 and how it's implemented in Ukraine. So next slide, please. And to start with, I want to give you some perception of what Ukraine is a country, where it's located, so some basic information. Next slide, please. Yes, so as you might see, Ukraine located, actually Ukraine is eastern part in Europe, and it has, based on the last census made in 2016, it has approximately 45 million of people. And the political system of Ukraine is actually parliamentary presidential republic, but currently we have a decentralization reform, which is very essential. Actually, during this implementation of SDGs, is play a significant role. And administrative division of Ukraine is actually 24 regions and Crimean Peninsula. And I want you to remember that this point about Crimea Peninsula, because in the next slide we will talk about it in more precise way. And Ukraine exists as a sovereign and independent state since 1991, even though it's a very ancient country and it has its independence in the past. But in the modern history, we are a pretty young country. Next slide, please. Yes, so on September 15, if to be precise, 2017, the government of Ukraine presented the national report about the SDG in Ukraine that defines the basic indicators for achieving those goals. A national SDG system has been developed with 86 national development targets and 172 indicators for monitoring them. Next slide, please. On the next slide, you might see all these targets and indicators. I will not stop here because actually you can easily access it in the United Nations website, and there are materials that relates to any countries. So it's really easy to find and to have a look if you want. And next slide, please. Yes, it's the second page of the targets in Ukraine that relates to the goal 16. And next slide, please. To begin with, I need to tell you about the Russian-Ukrainian war that lasts until today and has direct impact on implementation of the goal 16 of the SDGs in Ukraine. The Russian intervention in Crimea Peninsula, you can see it's on the map, that is part of Ukrainian land, was seized by Russian troops on the territory of Crimea on February 2014. And on the next slide, as a result, in the next few weeks, most of the Crimean Peninsula is occupied and annexed by Russian Federation. After the annexation, Russia has begun the war in eastern Ukraine, with entering troops into the territory of the eastern part of Ukraine. You might see it on the map. And why I'm talking about this, because the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, actually it's not conflict, it's a war, in eastern part of Ukraine has taken around 14,000 lives, while seizure of Crimea is the biggest land grab in Europe since World War II. So this information is useful in order to understand that building a peaceful, just and open society with ensuring public safety and safeguarding human rights is impossible without solving the Crimea problem. So because of the war condition, there is dramatic increase in Ukraine of the illegal circulation of weapons, ammunition, and actually explosives represents a considerable threat to personal security, law and order in Ukraine. Next slide, please. One more problem that has to be taken into consideration as an obstacle for implementation target within Goal 16 in Ukraine is a high level of corruption, causing the loss of public confidence in public administrations. With a score of 30, Ukraine was ranked 126 out of 189 countries in the Corruption Perceptions Index in 2019. As an example, Indonesia ranked 85th country out of this almost 200 countries. So let's talk about positive transformation in Ukraine towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and Goal 16. And I would like to demonstrate it by naming 3 steps that have been done during these 5 years. Next slide, please. The process of institutional strengthening to combat corruption began after the adoption of the law of Ukraine on prevention of corruption in 2014. It started in 2014, and the establishment of the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption and specialized law enforcement agencies such as the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. The National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption is taking steps to identify, investigate, and evaluate assets which can be seized in criminal proceedings and maintain the public unified state register of seized assets. Next slide, please. Also, Ukraine has established a system of free legal aid, which is an integral part of ensuring equal access to justice. And pursuant to the law of Ukraine on free legal aid, all detainees and convicts have been provided with free secondary legal aid delivered through 27 regional centers since 2013. And on the next slide, you might see the next stage of free secondary legal aid for the most vulnerable citizens in civil and administrative cases. And it was launched with 100 local centers throughout Ukraine since 2015. The structure of local centers now includes around 430 legal aid offices, which started operating across Ukraine, ensuring the provision of both primary legal aid, that is legal information and advice, and secondary legal aid, which is representation in court and legal outreach at the community level. Next slide, please. In Ukraine, a new practice of assessing social cohesion in eastern Ukraine has been introduced because, as you remember, in the eastern borders we have a war with the Russian Federation, and this practice is actually used in many countries where it's now currently or now is lasting the war. So this score system is an analytical tool to assess social dynamics in societies that have suffered from military conflicts or war, in order to identify the most appropriate activities to strengthen social cohesion. And this tool used in many countries and in Ukraine specifically after Russian Federation intervention. So for this, my presentation is actually over. I tried to make it shorter. And yeah, thank you for your attention. Next slide. Yeah.
Okay, great, Viktoriia. Thank you for your time. And I know you are in a hurry to win. So, would you like to answer two questions in a very brief answer?
Yes, sure, Marina.
How far has Ukraine gone in achieving the SDGs, and is peace can change institutional policies in Ukraine?
When it comes to first question, I would say that it's not so easy to assess, right? But by using the Sustainable Development Report, that is not an official monitoring tool, but in this report were used available data published by, for example, World Bank, World Health Organization, and other, including research centers and non-governmental organizations. I might say that Ukraine has achieved progress in 15 out of 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and ranked 47th out of 193 countries, with a score around of 75%, where 100 indicates that all goals actually efficiently implemented. However, Sweden with a score of almost 85%. So it means that there are no country in the world that achieved the Sustainable Development Goal fully within these 5 years, and it's kind of obvious. And Indonesia, as an example, has 101st position with a score of approximately 65%. If we're talking about improvements that can be demonstrated, I will mention just a few. One important achievement is poverty reduction of 15% within 3 years, and I think it's significant improvement. The country also has been implementing the long-term concept of educational reform that is called New Ukrainian School. Also, Ukraine introduced retail and full-scale electricity markets. Due to support to small and medium-sized enterprise, positive balance of foreign trade in information and communication technologies has grown 2.5 times. And an important decentralization reform, which I mentioned earlier, also was implemented. So it's some real information I can show you as, achievement towards SDGs in Ukraine. And when it comes to the second question, is peace can change institutional policies in Ukraine? I would say in some points, yes, definitely. Because of illegal occupation and annexation of the Crimean Peninsula and conflict of the eastern borders of Ukraine, this poses a serious threat to peace, stability, and security in Ukraine, and creates conditions for systematic human rights violations in those regions by the occupying authorities. However, war cannot be the only reason why there are no needed changes in Ukrainians' institutional policy. I think those changes require interrelatedness of many factors such as social, economical, and political within the peaceful condition. I'm convinced that peace in Ukraine can be built under the leadership of the government and strong support of the Ukrainian society. What I mean by that, people have to be more aware of political activities and control actually the authority to be more active in the process of decision making. Also, the important factor is economical freedom to all citizens and national guarantees for foreign investors, because while we have these conflicts, it's obvious that not so many investors want to come to Ukraine and make business here. So it's interrelatedness of many factors. And what is maybe the most important, I think, is a fair judiciary and high level of trust in it. We don't have it because, as I said, we have a high level of corruption. And actually, people even used to, give something to someone in order to achieve what they want. So it's actually also perhaps it's culture thing, or maybe it's something what left of it after Soviet Union, but it has to be changed, and it should be changed starting from the people and authority as well. So fair judiciary play a significant role in the institutional policy of the state. So I think, so thank you very much for your questions, and it was a pleasure to be part of your webinar.
Thank you so much. Please hati-hati and see you again.
Terima kasih.
Okay, so the next presenter is Mr. Hamadou Alioum from Cameroon, and currently he takes master degree in economic, social, and environment history at University of Maroua. Okay, time is yours.
Thank you very much to invite me to be speaker in your event. I'm from Cameroon, so today I will share with you how my country managed the goal 16 SDGs. This goal which has target to reduce any form of violence, promote equality and the corruption, build stronger institutions. To understand about this goal, I will focus to my country, how we implement this goal. Next. So, my country before this pandemic start faces two security crises. Political crisis in the English part of my country, who want to prepare themselves to become independent, and also if you make a more maybe 6 years, we face a terrorist crisis in North Cameroon, in our border between Nigeria, Chad, and with the group Boko Haram. Next, so I want to define peace. Peace, this is a state or period in which there is no war, or war are ending, defined by Oxford Dictionary. So, to end the war in Cameroon, the government make the major national dialogue. It's the official dialogue between the government of Cameroon and various opposition parties, aiming and resolving the Anglophone crisis. The event takes place between September 30 and until October 4, 2019. So during this pandemic, the government was asking to stop the war to reduce the number of deaths because getting more died because of COVID will not help any cause. Next, telling about justice. Justice means equity and equality. To make sure all the population be treated at the same level. During this pandemic, the government tries its best, for example, in education domain, to offer classes on radio and TV. Because generally in some part of Africa, there is so many people don't have access to internet. So the government offers this possibility to give also students who cannot have like smartphones to get possibility also to earn their study in well conditions. And also in Africa or in Cameroon particularly, we face the population in so many tribes. So the government gives freedom to so tribes to reduce the number to reduce the risk of the spread of the COVID, because with COVID we need to have a social distance. So during this hard period, we are also facing, it's like the Secretary General of WHO saying, we need more solidarity. So in Cameroon, the government makes a special healthy plan in English part by giving the basic material in need, like swab and sanitizer and other. Please next. So, telling about the last point of this goal, strength institution. To build a strong institution after the major dialogue, because the major dialogue was the goal of the major dialogue, it was to achieve a strong institution. So after this, the government took so many resolutions. For example, the government implements the decentralization commission by proposing a special status for the Anglophone region, as well as more local autonomy. Other recommendations including the construction of an airport and a seaport in the Anglophone region. The name of the country to the United Republic of Cameroon, measure against corruption, and intensifies efforts to rehabilitate former separatists, fighter and others. So to conclude, for me, I can say this goal is like a captain in the ship. Without this goal, the other goals are only rubbish. Because without peace, we cannot have education. Without strong institution, we cannot have good life in society. Because when we don't have a good institution, we will have corruption and order. So justice. When a society don't have justice, it's like a jungle. So it's only people who are more strong or more powerful can manage things, so they can do what they want, and we will face war again and again. So that goal for me, it is the essential point. We need to start all countries of the world, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Then we can offer the future generation or our generation a good world, better world to live. Thank you to give you the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you so much, Hamadou. Hello. Next, we move to the question and answer section for Hamadou. There are 2 questions.
Okay.
The first one is, what is the connection between peace and the strong institution in Cameroon? And the second, in the middle of this pandemic, is there any possibility to maintain the sustainable of the farmer welfare in Cameroon? Time is yours.
Okay. The connection between peace and strong institution in Cameroon is so easy because Cameroon police itself how to build a strong institution. That's why today in Cameroon we face this crisis of preparatives, because they are not happy how the government manage the institution, how the government distributes all the power. So build a strong institution like make it a federal state will help Cameroon to come back in his state to be in peaceful times. And telling about in the middle of this pandemic, is there any possibility to maintain the sustainability of the farmer wealth in Cameroon? Yes, because when the government start to lock down the country, first the thing about farmers, they implement a special law for goods to move around the country. But it's only around the country because the farmer also export goods in some neighbor countries like Congo, Nigeria, or Chad. But I think it helped them so much. Thank you. Finish.
Okay, thank you so much. The explanation from Hamadou. We know about how SDGs implementation, especially Goal 16 in Cameroon. Next, we have, this is the last presenter, our student from Faculty of Law, Bachelor Program, Bryan Simanjuntak.
He is also chief of COLSA, Cooperative Atlas Student Association. It's like a student organization, student body. Okay, times is yours, Bryan.
Regulation in Indonesia. So I gonna talk as soon as possible. With current situation now, pandemic COVID has impacted the global condition, including Indonesia. In these difficult situations, a lot of people losing jobs. Difficulties in access to the jobs are worse because many countries are coming to the recession. This is actually also challenging to achieve goal 16. Is about to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to the justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. So, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the students from Rosalie. Also in Indonesia, we have Sajib Toraharjo. According to the cows is not to be fed to the rule, but the rule to the cows. According to the Sajib Toraharjo, about his progressive legal theory, that the law must be able to provide justice to its people. The basic nature of progressive law is that law is for humans, not humans for law. The law was created to achieve human well-being and happiness. But the reality so far, the law is understood only limited to the formulation of the law, then implemented simply applying syllogism. The next slide, please. Okay. Klaus Schwab said, we live in 16 times of fundamental technological change. The pace and the scope of the groundbreaking scientific and technological advances coming from the research facilities, startups, and the larger organization never cease to amaze me. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, what is the first component Sajib Toraharjo said is the theoretical framework that we know. I'm gonna talk about crypto asset, the historical perspective. In the 1983, the American cryptographer David Calm conceived an anonymous cryptographic electronic money called eCash. And then in 1996, the National Security Agency published a paper entitled How to Make a Man, the Cryptography of Anonymous Electronic Cash. And then in 1996, where they published a description of B-money. And in 2009, first decentralized cryptocurrency was now is a crypto asset. Presumably, pseudonymous developer Satoshi Nakamoto. Satoshi Nakamoto is anonymous. We don't know either a group or a person, male or female. We don't know. But the definition of crypto is quite simple. Like the coin in crypto is Bitcoin. A lot has been going on, and now there are thousands of crypto assets today. So this is, I think, the future. Okay, next slide, please. So to achieve sustainable development goals, including the crypto asset, we can use blockchain technology. Blockchain, as we know, distributed ledger technology, store information on a decentralized system where sealed the blocks of data copied and distributed across a network of peers, thus forming a chain. So it's called a blockchain. Next slide, please. So, okay, this is not the coronavirus image, but this is the gear of sustainable development if you use a blockchain. So blockchain and then inclusive society, and the goals is sustainable development. Next slide, please. Okay, how about cryptocurrency in Indonesia? Okay, actually there is no terminology of cryptocurrency in Indonesia. Bank Indonesia is banned by Central Bank of Indonesia in the 2017, like yes, yeah, in the 2017, and also in the 2018, the Ministry of Trade is open, makes the regulation about the crypto. So, crypto asset is known in first by Ministry of Trade Regulation, and then the Bapepti. Bapepti is futures trading agency in Indonesia. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, Indonesian Commodity Futures Trading Regulatory Agency or Bapepti issue Bapepti Regulation number 9 of 2017 in July 2019, sorry, to amend Bapepti Regulation number 5. Okay, actually Bapepti now in 2020 there are 4 regulations in this topic about crypto asset. So the important thing is the regulation is make to trader is the safe what is it? Okay, like ecosystem to the trade, because now COVID is impact money many countries, including Indonesia, and then non-formal job is alternative, is an option. I think the great regulation now in Bapepti about crypto asset, because crypto asset may only trade it on the crypto exchange if the crypto asset is approved by Bapepti and listed in the Bapepti schedule of crypto asset. To be approved by Bapepti, a crypto asset must at minimum satisfy the following requirement: employs a distributed ledger technology or blockchain, and then an asset backed or utility based. So have an underlying asset, and then in the case of utility based crypto asset, the crypto asset must be among top of 500 in terms in market capitalization, and it must be traded on the largest crypto asset exchange in the world, and then offers the economic benefit and has successfully passed a risk assessment, including as regard the anti-money laundering, combating the financial terrorism, and proliferation of weapon of mass destruction regulation. So I'm highlight the offer economic benefit, and then successfully passed a risk assessment regard the anti-money laundering and financing of terrorism. It's also related to the SDG goal 16. So this is the requirement from Bapepti if you want make a company or establish a physical trader for crypto asset. Next slide, please. Okay, this is matters. Crypto asset exchange minimum capital is 1.5 trillion Indonesian rupiah, and then minimum maintain equity is 1.2 trillion. And amendment to the Bapepti number 9, Bapepti regulation number 9 of 2019, minimum capital 500 billion Indonesian rupiah and minimum maintain equity around 400 billion. And then the clearinghouse minimum capital is 1.5 trillion Indonesian rupiah, minimum maintain equity 1.2 trillion, and amendment to the minimum capital 500 billion, maintain equity 400 billion. So basically there are several changes in the Bapepti regulation. Now an update Bapepti regulation number 2 and number 3. So the main thing is the Bapepti regulation is decrease the minimum requirement, but also increase the system for to prevent the money laundering. So this is important because we want to make ecosystem, but also this is safe for all. So if in Indonesia, progressivity in crypto regulation is quite good, but there are many challenges in implemented this regulation because this is still new for Indonesia, but not like Japan, like what is Prof. Kozuka said. Japan is leading, but Indonesia is at a good start for this. And the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. By 2030, significantly reduce illicit financial and armed flows, strengthen the recovery and return of stolen asset, and combat all forms of organized crime. So, in this new technology, we know there are many criminal there is risk. Yeah, this is a big risk for us, but it's also have a main misunderstood in the society because this regulation is now better than before. So I'm an optimist for the 2030 Indonesia will going towards to the Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. Okay, this is one of the platform of physical trader Indodax or Indonesia Digital Asset Exchange. Okay, this is one of the biggest platform if you want to trade crypto asset. It is really helpful because in non-formal job like trading crypto asset now is easier and safer for everyone, for everybody. So this Indodax also have an Indonesia Academy, so we can learn how is to trade. I'm a law student, but also I'm a trader with a small account, really small account, but I'm practice it. But so this is an alternative, like I said before, an alternative in this difficult situation. Like we can do it online. We can also prevent the anti-money laundering regulation. Do it, and then got economic benefit, like the WTO regulation requirement offer economic benefit. So I want to tell my experience. Before I'm also capital market trader. Yeah, of course, small account, and I also try instead of capital market and forex, foreign exchange, and now crypto asset, and also binary option. But in Indonesia, the institution like Bapepti have many homework because like a futures trade is now there's money like a fraud. This is the biggest mistake and then scares of the society, because fraud make the people think that okay, we can use this is not safe, and then we just doing the formal job, and then doing the like the old ways. But including this theory, progressivity, and also the law is for human, according to Suichirou, not human for law. Was created to achieve human well-being and happiness. So, if we can prevent the anti-money laundering and safe and do it, get access with these new tools of crypto asset trading, I think this is a new way. It's a good way, and we should try it. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, by this goal, promote peaceful and inclusive societies for the sustainable development, provide access justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. So I'm highlight inclusive societies because like company, and then government, and then society, like me as a student, so can get access to try to do it step by step for sustainable development, also in goal 16, and it's also provide access to the justice, because justice for access that will effective and accountable institution and inclusive like Ph.D. Accountable and inclusive institution like Ph.D. is work to do the doing check to the many company that make a fraud. So there are many cases out there. So like data from many research said there are millions of jobs is losing now, but we don't want that finish with this condition. This is the alternative. So a student like me and another people that want to try it, I think this is good, but it's important how to government and private sector can collaborate, can work together, and yes, the goal is to prevent money laundering, and then so it will be safe for all. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you so much for orientation. Okay, Miss Nur. Sorry, I can hear your voice. Yes. Hello. Can Miss Nur check? Okay, I will answer this question directly. What action can we do to achieve peace, justice, and strong institution goal in Indonesia? Okay. This is the big topic, peace, justice, and strong institution. What action we can do? If we build or make a regulation is good enough, there's no discrimination, like the company's requirement capital minimum is low, decrease it the minimum level, and then make the system with the preventive to the money laundering. I think that's best way. Many cases in Indonesia, if we seen this day, is about discrimination with controversial. Nowadays is also not discrimination. So I think action we should encourage the government and then the private sector can do that great partnership and doing law enforcement and accountable transparent institution like Bapupti and then trade minister. This is the institution should accountable and transparent. Start from the key institution, from the leader, from the political will. I think it's not too difficult for doing that. And then, what can we do for a better world and humanity as a student? Okay. I'm also in an organization called Comparative Law of Student Association. So we are knowing about three dharma. Three dharma is about education, research, and then the service of society service. And then we can do as a student with the three pillar. So like this topic about SDG, goal 16, we can do research and then make a paper about that. And then yeah, this is will be better research to do and encourage the political will to do action. And I think if we not have problem with our jobs, or we are get a job and then we can service with our family, and then we can also service the society. Start with a small thing with our family, and then as a student we also have a responsibility to do in an education, research, and service society. I think that's all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bryan, for the explanation. There's one point that I want to make a bigger or a big gesture about what we can do as a student. Bryan mentioned about, we call in Indonesia Tri Dharma Perguruan Tinggi. It's about research, it's about service, and it's about education. Maybe we can do from the three aspects to implementation SDGs. Okay, we move to the next agenda. It's the closing statement, closing speech from Ms. Rina. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Nur. Time flies so fast. We almost approached the end of the webinar today. All presenters are so remarkable in presenting and responding questions from the participants. We learned together today that to end violence, promote the rule of law, and strengthen institutions require not only government, but also civil society to work hand in hand to prevent all forms of violence. The SDGs Goal 16, as we have learned from all speakers, that peace, justice, effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions are at the core of sustainable development. The Master of Law program offers a course named Democracy and Human Rights for those who are interested to learn more about the implementation of the SDGs at local, national and international level. This course does not merely discuss about the theory and concepts of law, but it also explores the approaches of the implementation of democracy and human rights by using the SDGs as the parameters and indicators. Furthermore, the course requires students to conduct concrete actions by applying their knowledge and experiences to achieve the SDGs at the local level. Before ending this closing speech, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to the respected speakers, Master of Ceremony, IT team who works behind the screen to ensure that no troubles occurring during the webinar, and last but not least, all participants who are still joining us and giving questions relevant to the topic today. Again, thank you so much, and I expect to join us again next month to discuss other goals of the SDGs. Thank you very much. Stay safe, healthy, and happy.